So, we're really doing this, huh? Alright, but this will be a bit different from last time. Really, it's just the remaining trivia that I had written down, and a few other general summaries. As such, we'll be sticking with Classic this time, but I will make the effort to demonstrate comments relevant to their release. Here's something I forgot to mention last time, Serious Sam's voice actor. How did John J. Dick get his famous role? It starts with him playing the original public test, and really enjoying it. Considering the absence of a voice, he reached out to Croteam about providing one for the character. John's inspiration for it came from the legendary FPS protagonist Duke Nukem. Quote, Duke Nukem pretty much paved the way for how a hero should sound in a first-person shooter.
Ooh, your ass is grass, and I've got the weed whacker.
Croteam had John do some samples, which assumedly are the ones that you hear in the second public test.
Time to get serious.
For both the first and second encounters, he recorded his voice at the radio station where he worked as a DJ. John says he's had an excellent relationship with Croteam ever since. Now, the second encounter. Did you know it was originally called a mission pack? Serious Sam Early Missions, to be precise. Yep, Croteam called a mission pack. Serious Sam Early Missions, to be precise. Yep, Croteam was gonna make a prequel the very first chance they got. But as we know, they decided to continue the story with the second encounter and eventually third encounter. Scratch that, it was replaced with Serious Sam 2, which is, like the second encounter, more of an obstacle in Sam's pursuit of defeating Mental. Ever since Serious Sam 2, more of an obstacle in Sam's place with Serious Sam 2, which is, like the second encounter. Scratch that, it was replaced to continue the story with the second encounter and eventually third encounter. Scratch that, it was replaced with Serious Sam 2, which is, like the second encounter, more of an obstacle in Sam's pursuit of defeating Mental. Ever since Serious Sam 2, we've had nothing but prequels, the major events of which I've already featured, so check those out if you haven't seen them yet. Sometime during the creation of this game, Croteam rented a bigger office. It was helpful not only for developing their new game, but also to give more space to the team working on the original Xbox port. You might think the second encounter is functionally the same as the first, but not exactly. They've made some improvements to the engine, and changed some in-game properties, like adding weapon immunities to certain enemies. Second encounter also introduces enemy scattering and attack tactics as a new feature. It was designed to counter also with properties, like adding weapon immunities. They made some improvements to the engine, and changed some in-game properties, like adding weapon immunities to certain enemies. Second encounter also introduces enemy scattering and attack tactics as a new feature. It was designed to make enemies harder to kill. This was a controversial addition. Some thought it varied the combat, while others found it annoying. I used to hate this myself, though after revisiting the game just now, I do find that it makes the less intense battles more interesting. One idea that went scrapped was to have a metallic clear skeleton. It would use the same model, but had metallic skin, was a little bigger, had 10% more speed, and didn't pause after attacking you. The player would have to blow them into pieces, else they'd rise after 3 seconds. Pretty intense. This clear was meant to return in Serious Sam 2, but was once again scrapped. Something else meant to return at a later date was a freaking mortar cannon attached to Sam's back. Or so says a Shack News interview. They scrapped this to reserve it for the third encounter, apparently. And well, you know, honestly, it's hard to know whether Croteam was joking about this or not. They scrapped this to reserve it for the third encounter, apparently. And well, you know, honestly, it's hard to know whether Croteam was joking about this or not. They would often do so around the time. Nonetheless, it's at least a thought someone had a Croteam, so does that count for anything? Various animal NPCs were planned. Condors would circle above in the sky, while piranhas would be used to keep the player from wandering too far in the water. There would also be birds that the player could shoot if they were quick enough. Wildlife was actually planned to be included even earlier than Serious Sam's Alpha in their In the Flesh concept. They even planned for these in Serious Sam 4. The closest we seem to have gotten to this were chickens in Serious Sam 2. The box art for second encounter was an internal topic of debate. We have this one mysterious photo which is likely the first attempt, then we have this near final which was sent to Croteam. They had a number of criticisms about it, though unfortunately the game was running out of time, so it ended up being shipped without many changes. Second encounter was then released in 3 different forms of packaging. There's a rare big box, a more common small box, and individual jewel case copies. This might vary for international releases though. Now then, let's move on to the story. In first encounter, the game ends with Sam taking flight in the SSS Enterprise to approach Mental. Shortly after its departure, a bunch of Croteam bigheads try to catch up with him for some reason. They accidentally crash into the Enterprise, causing Sam to plummet back to Earth. Croteam bigheads were previously Easter egg characters, but this event suggests a potential purpose for their appearances. If you ask me, I don't think Croteam was taking their plot as seriously back then. Do keep in mind the once canon game that came after this. So, Natrixa informs Sam that there's a backup spaceship the Syrians left on Earth as a failsafe. Now Sam has to locate it and continue with his mission. Unfortunately, the spaceship isn't yet available in this time period, so Sam will have to go through a series of time portals located nearby certain major civilizations. This will send him to the correct time period where he can board the spaceship. Sam can't just jump through time portals willy-nilly though. They require special items to activate, those of which Sam will have to find as he travels through the land. The last required item is the Holy Grail. He'll collect it just before reaching the spaceship, marking the end of the second encounter. The ship departs, then Sam randomly teleports in front of the Syrian Great Council. So implies the Serious Sam 2 story, but it's no longer canon. So what truly happens after Sam boards the second encounter spaceship remains a mystery. And now, Sierra de Chiapas. It begins with a cutscene, which was not recreated for the HD remaster. Croteam planned to add it in an update, but this never happened. Instead, they would finally release it in the 2017 Fusion build, given to existing owners as a free upgrade. When the Croteam bigheads crash into the SSS Enterprise, Sam identifies the land below as Egypt.
Going down
As a free upgrade. Release it in the 2017 add it in an update, but this not recreated for the HD remaster. Chiapas. It begins with a cutscene, which was not recreated for the HD remaster. Croteam planned to add it in an update, but this never happened. Instead, they would finally release it in the 2017 Fusion build, given to existing owners as a free upgrade. When the Croteam bighead Fusion build, but was not now Sierra second encounter spaceship, it's no longer canon. So what truly happened, Serious Sam? Then Sam randomly teleports in front of the Syrian Great Council. So implies the Serious Sam 2 story, but it's no longer canon. So what truly happens after Sam boards the second encounter spaceship remains a mystery. And now, Sierra de Chiapas. It begins with a cutscene, which was not recreated for the HD remaster. Croteam planned to add it in an update, but this never happened. Instead, they would finally release it in the 2017 Fusion build, given to existing owners as a free upgrade. When the Croteam bigheads crash into the SSS Enterprise, Sam identifies the land below as Egypt.
Going down where pyramids. Egypt! Egypt! No, not Egypt again!
However, you actually land in Mexico. Speculation is that Sam was mistaking the Mayan pyramids for Egyptian pyramids. Despite the game beginning in South America, the original plan was for Sam to visit the game's second location, Babylon, first. After falling from the spaceship, you land in a giant pool of water. Descend further to find a secret rocket launcher. It's awfully far down there. In Serious Sam's Alpha, there was to be an actual power-up that lets Sam breathe underwater. I suppose instead of that, Crow Team gave Sam a massive lung capacity. As you ascend, try blowing up that dock and it'll say boom, at least in Classic. Future releases of the game didn't bother to include this very important text. Head backwards from the pool to find a small area of land. On it, Sam makes a call to Duke Nukem. At least, he tries to.
Blondie, is it you?
No, it's Jones.
When will he come?
He'll come when he's done, boy.
Done with what? I've been waiting forever for him to show up.
The chainsaw's model used to have longer teeth, as seen in the game's trailer. Perhaps they had to shrink them when creating the animation, as they were motionless at this time.
I hate crates.
This is a reference to that Old Man Murray interview. Here's the sniper rifle. Earlier builds of Serious Sam HD used a sniper model from Crow Team's cancelled TEOR game as a placeholder. Here it is in the HD beta mod, which you can download on the Steam Workshop.
Woo! Serious speed.
Power-ups are a new thing in Second Encounter, but technically, this idea was conceived during Serious Sam's Alpha. There are a few leftover models for them, including a Serious Bomb, which would have counted as serious damage. There was another power-up at some point, the Serious Pack. This was replaced by the red backpack item, which instead restores all of your ammo. The single shotgun was meant to be redesigned with a new model and texture, or so says the Second Encounter design document. Makes you wonder what they had in mind here. The Xbox model, perhaps? Speaking of models, check out this ancient screenshot of the Second Encounter where Sam's holding a very different model of the flamethrower. It's the Chainsaw Freak itself, the Cucurbido. Did you know that was its original name? Chainsaw Freak? So then, what's a Cucurbido, you ask? Well, it seems to be a play on the word cucurbita, which is the scientific name for pumpkin squash. And here's another new contestant, the Zumble, which were once pink in coloration. Not trivia, but long ago I thought the Zumbo was a fat caveman with a giant mustache. Kinda looks like one, doesn't it? And the sounds they make? I just figured it had congestion problems. This infamous trap here once used floating balls instead of giant pillars. In Classic, you can use the flamethrower at point-blank range to kill electrofish underwater. Not a great idea, though. Sierra de Chiapas was combined with the following Valley of the Jaguar level in the official demo. There were a few design changes as well, likely to show off the engine features. Sierra de Chiapas was split into 2 levels in the Xbox port, with the second half called Catacombs. Numerous other levels were split in Second Encounter, yet in the first encounter portion, only Karnak was. Speaking of the Xbox, have you ever seen these concept cover arts for the game or other level, likely to show off the engine features? Sierra de Chiapas was split into 2 levels in the Xbox port, with the second half called Catacombs. Design change electrofish underwater. Not a great idea, though. Sierra de Chiapas was combined with the following Valley of the Jaguar level in the official demo. There were a few design changes as well, likely to show off the engine features. Sierra de Chiapas was split into 2 levels in the Xbox port, with the second half called Catacombs. Numerous other levels were split in Second Encounter, yet in the first encounter portion, only Karnak was. Speaking of the Xbox, have you ever seen these concept cover arts for the game? They, like the final cover, were created by artist Daniel Lish. There was another by a different unnamed artist, which can be seen held by some Gnars in the game's first cutscene. Now we're led into the Valley of the Jaguar, an unnamed speed port, with the official demo. There were a few design changes as well, likely to show off the engine features. Sierra de Chiapas was split into 2 levels in the Xbox port, with the second half called Catacombs. Numerous other levels were split in Second Encounter, yet in the first encounter portion, only Karnak was. Speaking of the Xbox, have you ever seen these concept cover arts for the game? They, like the final cover, were created by artist Daniel Lish. There was another by a different unnamed artist, which can be seen held by some Gnars in the game's first cutscene. Now we're led into the Valley of the Jaguar. Heads up though, most levels in the game forthcoming don't have much trivia. There are a lot of fun, wacky secrets to find though. Atlassian rallied up nearly 50 noteworthy ones, and yeah, these could all be discussed, sure, but it goes beyond the scope of what I'm willing to do for this video. I'd suggest looking up an all secrets video for that.
Yeah!
Originally recorded for and used in the first encounter, John J. Dick said this line was just him screwing around in the studio. Crow Team really liked it though, and ever since, it's been a recurring line in the series. Behold the Serious Bomb, an item Crow Team's neglected for a long time now. This is the ultimate weapon, killing everything in sight upon detonation. In Classic, you activate it by pressing number 0. However, all future releases gave it its own weapon slot. There's an invulnerability power up behind you once exiting the tunnel. Blowing up the piece of land it sits on was meant to register in-game as a secret. However, the trigger to do so isn't targeted by anything. Ooh, a shadow hallway. Spooky. This is considered a fog entity in the game, which isn't used often in either encounters in this manner. This room of spikes often gets new players killed because of the wind current. It's actually designed so that holding forward and looking straight will always result in a successful pass. There was once a secret invisibility power up here, which would last for 30 seconds. This item was scrapped from the campaign altogether, but it's still available in multiplayer. Neat idea to introduce it here. It's actually designed so that holding forward and looking straight will always result in a successful pass. There was once a secret invisibility power up here, which would last for 30 seconds. This item was scrapped from the campaign altogether, but it's still available in multiplayer. Neat idea to introduce it here.
I smell some serious firepower around here.
Yep, go get your minigun. This level, as well as the Serpent Yards and Grand Cathedral, are the only levels in the game where harpies can be spotted deploying kamikazes. This idea was once considered to be used in the first encounter as well. Sadly, it was never re-implemented in the HD remasters. City of the Gods, the only level with cannon-mounted werebulls, referred to by their entity names as Bull Special Forces. Never again have they been seen in the franchise. City of the Gods has another similar idea, item-wielding kamikazes as bulls. City of the Gods, the only level with cannon-mounted werebulls, referred to by their entity names as Bull Special Forces. Never again have they been seen in the franchise. City of the Gods has another similar idea, item-wielding kamikazes. Kill them and collect your prize. The bounce room is perhaps the most controversial area of the second encounter. It's difficult to shoot anything here. My suggestion is always to use the flamethrower, but even then, it's not easy. Crow Team publicly acknowledged the annoyance many had with this level in their 15th anniversary post for the second encounter. Note the Doppler effect here, which is when sound raises or lowers its pitch due to the distance. This existed in first encounter as well, but there were less opportunities to notice it. Serpent Yards. Bloody Nipples Reptiloid. This isn't significant, nor is it trivia, but for many years in the past, if you were to look up Serious Sam on Google, you would always see this image within the first results, and it just looks like the dude's bleeding from his nipples. Yeah, there isn't much noteworthy stuff to say about this level beyond its secrets, but I'll mention the specific results, and it just looks like the dude's bleeding from his nipples. Yeah, there isn't much noteworthy stuff to say about this level beyond its secrets, but I'll mention a specific one as it relates to another level later on. Here, Sam finds another phone booth, but this time he calls himself?
Hello? Who the hell's that? It's me, Sam. Sam who? Serious Sam. Yeah, right. What a joker. Sam, I am.
The Pit. This level is full of strange gravity puzzles. Serious Engine 2 and above don't have the same features to support such an environment, so of course Serious Sam HD and Serious Engine 3 had to make its own accommodations. It's interesting to see how Crow Team Navigated above don't... The Pit. This level is full of strange gravity puzzles. Serious Engine 2 and above don't have the same features to support such an environment, so of course Serious Sam HD and Serious Engine 3 had to make its own accommodations. It's interesting to see how Crow Team navigated around this. Undercode is a heavy metal band from Croatia. For the second encounter, they teamed up with Crow Team and contributed around this. Serious Sam HD and Serious Engine 3. The Pit. This level is full of strange gravity puzzles. Serious Engine 2 and above don't have the same features to support such an environment, so of course Serious Sam HD and Serious Engine 3 had to make its own accommodations. It's interesting to see how Crow Team navigated around this. Undercode is a heavy metal band from Croatia. For the second encounter, they teamed up with Crow Team and contributed 3 tracks for the game's boss. Strange.
It's me, Sam. Sam who? Serious Sam. Yeah, right. What a joker. Sam, I am.
The Pit. This level is full of strange gravity puzzles. Serious Engine 2 and above don't have the same features to support such an environment, so of course Serious Sam HD and Serious Engine 3 had to make its own accommodations. It's interesting to see how Crow Team navigated around this. Undercode is a heavy metal band from Croatia. For the second encounter, they teamed up with Crow Team and contributed 3 tracks for the game's boss encounters. The first of which is Kukulkan, marking their debut in the series. They've been involved with most major Serious Sam games since, as recently as 2022 with the release of Siberian Mayhem. The Kukulkan boss is represented as a giant red-tinted boss encounters, the first of which is Kukulkan, marking their debut in the series. They've been involved with most major Serious Sam games since, as recently as 2022 with the release of Siberian Mayhem. The Kukulkan boss is represented as a giant red-tinted humanoid made out of wind. However, in mythology, he's portrayed as a feathered or winged serpent. Iconography of this creature is present in various statues during the previous 2 levels.
They always said 2 heads are better than 1. But how does it fart?
Here's an interesting fact. Kukulkan used to have a shockwave attack that deployed every 3 seconds if the player was within 50 meters of him. And did you know this thing is actually textured? Here's what it looks like. Unfortunately, all you ever see in-game is the red mist, as the rest is invisible. Just before its death, Kukulkan leans in as if to scream at the player. Wonder what this would look like if we could see its texture. Once this level is finished, Sam mistakenly ends up in the Bright Island campaign from Serious Sam Revolution. The idea is that this is where people end up after time traveling incorrectly. There are 8 levels in this campaign, which is quite a lot for an unexpected detour. Ziggurat. This levels in this campaign look like the red. Did you know this thing is actually 2 levels in Mathis of some marking for the second encounter? The Kukulkan boss is represented as a giant red-tinted present in various statues during the previous 2 levels.
They always said 2 heads are better than 1. But how does it fart?
Here's an interesting fact. Kukulkan used to have a shockwave attack that deployed every 3 seconds if the player was within 50 meters of him. And did you know this thing is actually textured? Here's what it looks like. Unfortunately, all you ever see in-game is the red mist, as the rest is invisible. Just before its death, Kukulkan leans in as if to scream at the player. Wonder what this would look like if we could see its texture. Once this level is finished, Sam mistakenly ends up in the Bright Island campaign from Serious Sam Revolution. The idea is that this is where people end up after time traveling incorrectly. There are 8 levels in this campaign, which is quite a lot for an unexpected detour. Ziggurat. This is potentially the earliest level made for the second encounter's HD remaster. It was showcased alongside various first encounter screens around the time of its announcement, at which point they must have had working Kukurbito and Zorg enemies already. This was likely because the HD remasters were meant to release as a single game, back when the project was internally called Serious Sam All Encounters. They must have changed plans shortly after it was revealed. While we're talking about Serious Sam HD, let me squeeze in a fun fact which I probably should have mentioned in the last feature.
It sure does. So what's this thing do anyway?
It seals your doom.
What now?
Incapacitate him and attach him to the probe.
Very well, but first I shall wipe his memory with an emulator. Look at this device. You might see a bright light.
Look at what now?
Whoops, I missed.
Where am I? Who are you?
What is your name?
Are you boys all right?
What is this device?
I do not remember it.
It seems I can fit inside it. Yes, quite comfortable, yes.
Do you remember what this button does?
I do not. Please press it. Ah! My anus! Ah! There is the probing of my anus.
Sir, do you remember how to turn this machine off?
The device is unfolding something and is expanding.
Well, I don't need to join the Elks Club that bad, I tell you what.
So it works.
is a hell of a house. His brother's bride. Her darkest secret. Her desires. No man should see.
I'll do anything you want.
Find evils. No man can imagine. Julia, the blood broke me back. The border both have crossed. Neither can escape. The troubled blood you spill with some special items. She doesn't even want to leave the house. It's like she's waiting for something. Now, in this house, the unseen is uncovered, the unknown is unbound, and the unholy is unleashed. Give me that box! Give me that box! Hellraiser, Satan's done waiting.
Oh, I'm a little pussy. Fuck, there's a black goat down there, and there's somebody talking.
Yeah, someone. Yeah, I've left you some friend. There's some bones there. Make a hook if you can.
I got a worm.
I love playing this game in black and white. It's amazing.
Look, man, I was in black and white all day. I know how shitty it is. How bad are you? Still red blood or yellow?
Yeah, I'm still red.
Fuck me. Alright, let's get you some meds. Where's the closest med spot?
Oh, that zombie on the past these houses in the woods.
Oh yeah, dead zombie. Alright, shit, let's double time to the mill base. Maybe we kill somebody at the military, they'll have some meds for you. Wait a minute. What's this? Holy shit. There's a little bit of chicken breast, dude. Slam that.
Oh, that's nice.
That YOLO courage. Look at my hotbars. New record. 3 overlapped items. So why does this happen so much to me? I think it's because I'm constantly, from the start of my character to the end, I'm constantly adding new things to 3. That has to be it. Because it starts off my rags, then it immediately shifts to my main primary firearm. Then it shifts to a new firearm.
Yeah,
It's-
don't worry about me, boys. I'll be my shield. Just let-
Rivals Joho as well. We'll start looting around for more 5.56 rounds, maybe a scope. We just gotta get like an ACOG or something. My stomach is actually grumbling, so I'm gonna use this time to grab like a quick snack, guys.
I do have a.
I'm usually caused by like the mechanism in between the mag and the fucking.
I don't have gloves. Can someone else?
Shit, so let me think. We're at the opposite side of the city than the new mill base then.
Yeah, the factory part of the city just there.
Ah, fuck.
And you've got the bridge that goes towards the airfield over there.
It's alright, maybe we'll see somebody on the way. What do you think safer, travel-wise? Should we cut through the city, cut through the airfield?
If we want to go towards the mill.
Yes, I have a pot full of water.
Nope.
I just hit yellow food. So, oh yeah, sometimes...
Underneath? Like they.
Oh, not yet.
No.
I don't see anything.
You fucking cunt.
Oh yeah.
What?
You've got fucking Mackies in the pocket.
How the fuck did you see that?
I saw it underneath. Like the little things.
Fucking hell, mate. It's all looking right, mate. I'd give him the guns.
Dude, I'm red
Fucking
food.
give him everything.
I'm cooking in this guy's tent. Alright, you guys can fucking set up a perimeter. I'm getting sticks.
I just found another shotgun.
Oh, did you find it or did you spawn it in?
Yeah, good fucking question.
Pretty sure I found it.
You have to show me that angle.
Pretty sure.
Just shut up and snap those fucking sticks, dude. I'm dying of starvation.
I'm doing it. Fucking hell, mate. You're dying. Why didn't you say something earlier?
I'm fucking dying? Yeah, I'm dying, dude.
I'm fucking dying.
Here, do you got some matches or
Where's the
something?
fucking fire?
Have you guys been fucking looting? How do we not have any matches? Get some bark.
I don't have gloves. Can someone else open this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't be arsed fucking running around with bloody hands. Fucking hell, mate.
Some.
Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell, mate.
Some seeds.
of 1628, a trade ship set sail from the Netherlands. In October of 1628, a trade ship set sail from the Netherlands with gold and gems to be traded for spices in Indonesia. Unbeknownst to the captain, the danger of the voyage was not from the storms and rough waters they'd encounter, but instead something sinister brewing within the ship itself. In the end, this would result in the loss of the majority of the over 300 passengers, but even worse than that, the prolonged suffering of many of the survivors. This is their horrifying story, and as always, viewer discretion is advised. In the Indian Ocean, somewhere off the coast of Western Australia in September of 1629, Captain Francisco Pelser was getting frustrated. In the Indian Ocean, somewhere off the coast of Western Australia in September of 1629, Captain Francisco Pelser was getting frustrated. For a month, he and his ship, the Stardom, had been looking for one specific island among a chain of 122 of them, and unfortunately, almost all of those islands looked exactly the same. This chain of islands is known as the Houtman of Borlos, and most of them are little more than specks of sand on the horizon. Francisco was looking for one known as Beacon Island, but because of the limits of ship navigation at the time, he couldn't accurately identify the lines of longitude and latitude. Instead, crews used a method called dead reckoning to guide ships in the correct direction. This is when a ship will estimate its position, then sometime later make a calculation of where they're going based on the initial estimate. The problem with this method is that small errors can have a drastic impact over long distances. Just a few degrees off course can result in miles of distance away from where a ship intends to go. In fact, a similar scenario is exactly what got Francisco in trouble in the first place. After weeks of this searching, the Stardom crew was basically just making haphazard passes around an area where they thought Beacon Island was located. And for the most part, all they managed to find was more ocean, until one day Francisco finally spotted something in the distance. It looked like plumes of smoke were rising from an island straight ahead. The Stardom then continued on its course and got as close to the island as possible before dropping an anchor and dropping a small rowboat. When they reached the shore, Francisco was surprised to find no one in the immediate vicinity. He couldn't see the source of the smoke either. Then, as he turned around to get back in his rowboat, he saw another small boat approaching the shore. In it were 4 men frantically paddling toward him. When the boat was close enough, one of them hopped out and ran through knee-deep water and onto dry land. The man then started shouting at Francisco, but he couldn't make out what he was saying until the man got closer. What Francisco was about to learn would have him frantically paddling back to his ship. Almost a full year earlier, on October 28, 1628, Francisco led a fleet of ships off the Dutch island of Texel on its way south around Africa. These 8 ships were owned by the Dutch East India Company, also known as the VOC, which is an acronym for its Dutch translation. Their destination was the capital city of the East Indies spice trade, a city called Batavia, which today is Jakarta, Indonesia. Fittingly, the fleet's flagship also went by the name Batavia. When the ship left the Netherlands, it was commanded by Francisco and carried more than 300 crew, soldiers, and wealthy passengers, many of whom were wives traveling to reunite with their husbands in Batavia. The ship itself was completed that same year, was 150 feet long and fixed with 24 cannons, although it wasn't a warship. It was constructed specifically for the spice trade, and within its hull and trip were 12 chests filled with gold, silver, and gems to be traded for a literal boatload of spices. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the Dutch essentially owned the spice trade, so the route around Africa into the Indian Ocean was a familiar one but still dangerous. The trade route could be treacherous at times, with the warm waters of the Indian Ocean brewing up typhoons and cyclones. And sailing east in particular was also a challenge because ships would have to sail right into the wind. So between the dangers of weather and the risk of miscalculating dead reckoning, to help ensure successful trips, the VOC chose to sail in fleets rather than send a single ship. This also meant more room for cargo anyway. Right from the beginning, this particular trip didn't get off to the best start. Before the ships even left the North Sea, they were hit by storms and rough seas that splintered the fleet, leaving only 3 to continue on. On the Batavia, Francisco did his best to alter plans to account for the 5 missing ships, but the amount of spices they were able to bring back had shrunk significantly, splintered the fleet, leaving only 3 to continue on. On the Batavia, Francisco did his best to alter plans to account for the 5 missing ships, but the amount of spices they were able to bring back had shrunk significantly. In addition to this loss of cargo capacity, the command structure of the VOC was unique and created tension for the captains. Each of the amount of sea, they were hit by storms and rough seas that splintered the fleet, leaving only 3 to continue on. On the Batavia, the North Sea anyway. Right Sea chose to sail in fleets rather than send a single ship. This also meant more room for cargo anyway. Right from the beginning, this particular trip didn't get off to the best start. Before the ships even left the North Sea, they were hit by storms and rough seas that splintered the fleet, leaving only 3 to continue on. On the Batavia, Francisco did his best to alter plans to account for the 5 missing ships, but the amount of spices they were able to bring back had shrunk significantly. In addition to this loss of cargo capacity, the command structure of the VOC was unique and created tension for the captains. Each of the other ships had its own captain, but aboard the Batavia, there were 2, Francisco and another man named Arian Jacobs. Francisco was the fleet commander, so it was natural that he would be on the flagship, but it was the VOC's policy that every boat have a dedicated captain, including the flagship. It was also policy that the captain of the flagship couldn't be captain of the fleet and vice versa, so this meant there was already a natural power struggle on the flagship by default. And this was even more true on this voyage because Francisco and Aaron had a bit of a history. While performing these same duties 2 years earlier, Aaron got extremely drunk one night and started taking verbal shots at Francisco in front of the other men. Francisco took this as a challenge to his authority, and compromising his reputation among the men wasn't something he took lightly. So when the fleet returned to the Netherlands, Francisco publicly reprimanded Aaron. Afterward, neither man trusted the other, but they were now forced to rely on each other to get a fleet that had been reduced by more than half to Indonesia and back. And on Francisco's side, his mistrust of Aaron was well-founded. What he didn't know at the time was that Aaron had been plotting a mutiny with a junior merchant named Geronimus Cornelius. Geronimus wasn't a sailor, but he was a high-ranking official within the VOC, and that was good enough to make him Aaron's second in command. Now, given how long ago this all took place, Geronimus' original purpose for being on the ship at all is contested, but there was a rumor that he joined the voyage to evade arrest for some heretical religious beliefs. Apparently, Geronimus was known to have an obsession with the art of a painter who claimed that his paintings were a collaboration between himself and the spirit world. This artist was eventually imprisoned for heresy, and Geronimus viewed him as a role model of sorts. He apparently did little to hide these beliefs aboard the ship too, allowing him to identify potential allies who shared the same views. But these beliefs extended to something more sinister even. Being on the ship and organizing a mutiny would make it possible to navigate the ship to somewhere remote and start a new colony with him as the ruler. And so Geronimus spent much of the time recruiting mutineers to take part in this scheme. As a warning, here's where things begin to get incredibly dark. This plan called for several crewmen to assault one of the affluent married women on board. The goal was for the crewmen to get caught in the act or afterward, at which point Aaron and Geronimus would work to convince the men that Francisco's punishment was harsh and unfair, leading to a mutiny. The Batavia then stopped at the Cape of Good Hope near Cape Town, South Africa to pick up supplies, and the mutiny plan would get underway as soon as the ship left. Once it did, the crewmen who volunteered for this part of the plan went below deck to assault the 27-year-old woman they picked out. However, inside the dark hull, it was impossible for her to see who her attackers were. This meant that when she was unable to identify them later, horrifyingly, the issue was completely dropped. And even worse, although Aaron and Geronimus' plan had failed, Francisco still had no idea about their plan. In fact, he was distracted by the accomplishment of getting to the Cape of Good Hope a month ahead of schedule. Despite the rough start, things had been smooth for months as the Batavia worked its way around Africa. Their good fortune wouldn't last much longer, however, and shortly after entering the Indian Ocean, a storm came up and separated the last 3 ships. When the weather cleared, the Batavia was alone, and Francisco realized that's how they had to cross the Indian Ocean. With time running out before their final destination, Arian and Geronimus needed a plan B. So when Arian ordered the ship to depart the Cape of Good Hope, he intentionally began guiding the ship off its intended course, and with no objective instruments to measure this, Francisco was once again in the dark about what was being done around him. Then, in the early morning hours of June 4th, 1629, the captain was sleeping in his bunk when the Batavia suddenly and violently came to a dead stop with a tremendous noise. Now, wrecking the ship was not part of the plan Arian and Geronimus came up with. The intention of going off course was either to paint Francisco as an inept commander or buy themselves more time to come up with a better plan. What actually happened was the result of Arian badly miscalculating dead reckoning for his new route, and the ship crashed into Morning Reef just off the coast of Western Australia in the Houtman and Abrolhos Islands. During the crash, a handful of crew, soldiers, and passengers ended up in the ocean through the cracked hull and were never seen again. These would be just the first of many to come. And Morning Reef come up with a better plan. What actually happened was the result of Arian badly miscalculating dead reckoning for his new route, and the ship buy themselves more was not part of the plan Arian and Geronimus came up with. The intention of going off course was either to paint Francisco as an inept commander or buy themselves more time to come up with a better plan. What actually happened was the result of Arian badly miscalculating dead reckoning for his new route, and the ship crashed into Morning Reef just off the coast of Western Australia in the Houtman and Abrolhos Islands. During the crash, a handful of crew, soldiers, and passengers ended up in the ocean through the cracked hull and were never seen again. These would be just the first of many to come. The Batavia, meanwhile, was damaged beyond repair, and its maiden voyage would be its last. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, the ship's longboats were deployed, and crewmen started ferrying people to an island just to their northwest. By sunrise, around 180 people, including 30 women and children, were relatively safe on Beacon Island. That morning, Francisco ordered a search of the air for water underneath the crash. The ship's longboats were deployed, and crewmen started ferrying people to an island just to their northwest. By sunrise, around 180 people, including 30 women and children, were relatively safe on Beacon Island. That morning, Francisco ordered a search of the air for water and food while he instructed others to salvage what they could from the ship. Unfortunately, all that could be collected were a few barrels of biscuits and some water. Estimates vary on the number of people who died in the wreck, but it's thought to be somewhere between 30 and 50, meaning that some biscuits and water weren't going to support the survival of nearly 300 people for very long. And unfortunately, Beacon Island wasn't going to either. It was more of an outcropping than an island. It has an area of roughly 13 acres, and all of that area is basically just sand and small shrubs. And although it's part of a chain of 122 islands about 50 miles west of the Australian mainland, most of the chain looked more or less similar to Beacon Island. This meant that Francisco had to figure something out quickly, or they would all begin to starve. So with his senior officers, he came up with a plan to sail one of the longboats to mainland Australia to see if survival there would be any easier. The next night, Francisco led 48 people, including Arian, back into the Indian Ocean on a course for Australia. The trip there was unremarkable, and Francisco organized the men for a search of the vicinity right away. Unfortunately, after hours of looking, the mainland wasn't much better, so Francisco had to make another decision. He could either return to Beacon Island and regroup, or turn the longboat north toward Bataan. The trip there was unremarkable. Next night, with his senior officers, he came up with a plan to sail one of the longboats to mainland Australia to see if survival there would be any easier. The next night, Francisco led 48 people, including Arian, back into the Indian Ocean on a course for Australia. The trip there was unremarkable, and Francisco organized the men for a search of the vicinity right away. Unfortunately, after hours of looking, the mainland wasn't much better, so Francisco had to make another decision. He could either return to Beacon Island and regroup, or turn the longboat north toward Batavia, more than 1,800 miles away, and hope for the best. The problem was that the type of longboat they had was not built for long journeys, let alone through rough water. This style of ship was more like a lengthier rowboat, low to the water and with nothing to protect those on board from the elements. It was basically only designed to get people from a sinking ship to some kind of safety and nothing more. At the same time, going back to Beacon Island without supplies was likely going to be the end for everyone anyway, either by dehydration or starvation. If they tried for Indonesia and didn't make it, at least they'd die while trying to save themselves and the others. So, with that, Francisco made up his mind. They were going to reach Indonesia or die trying. Back on Beacon Island, several days after crashing into the reef, the Batavia finally broke apart and sank, increasing the wreck's death to die. At least they out supplies was likely designed to get people from a sinking ship to some kind of safety and nothing more. At the same time, going back to Beacon Island without supplies was likely going to be the end for everyone anyway, either by dehydration or starvation. If they tried for Indonesia and didn't make it, at least they'd die while trying to save themselves and the others. So, with that, Francisco made up his mind. They were going to reach Indonesia or die trying. Back on Beacon Island, several days after crashing into the reef, the Batavia finally broke apart and sank, increasing the wreck's death toll by another 40 people. Unfortunately, Geronimus managed to make it to shore and evade being dragged down with the others. By then as well, those who survived the ship sinking were beginning to feel as though Francisco had abandoned them. When he left Beacon Island, he'd never mentioned the possibility of heading north to Batavia, so even though he was trying to save them, the remaining passengers were afraid and resentful. And in this shift of morale, Geronimus saw an opportunity. He put forth the idea to elect a new leader on the island now that Francisco and Arian were gone. And as it so happened, when the votes were in, Geronimus was appointed the new leader. It wouldn't take long to realize just how bad a decision this was. With the other mutineers Geronimus had recruited, the first thing he did with his newfound power was order that all weapons, food, boats, and rafts be confiscated. Next, he knew he had to essentially divide and conquer since he and his men were outnumbered. His plan was to reduce their numbers from around 250 people down to 120, and he started by sending 45 men, women, and cabin boys to Seal Island, about 1 mile away and visible from Beacon Island. And since he knew people wouldn't go if they knew he was sending them to die, he instead asked them to search for resources. However, he had no intention of ever returning to save them. He then convinced these soldiers, led by Weeb Hayes, to sail to West Wallaby Island, about 5.5 miles away, to see what they could find there. If they found anything like a freshwater source, they were instructed to send up smoke signals so they could be picked back up. What Geronimus actually planned to do, though, was send his men back to West Wallaby Island if they saw smoke signals and kill the unarmed mercenaries. That's only if they made it to the island in the first place. Geronimus believed that Francisco and the others must have encountered rough seas and capsized after leaving the island, so he sent these soldiers in the same direction, hoping they might suffer the same fate. Then, for weeks afterward, the situation just continued to escalate. He continued to send survivors on missions to other islands, but eventually this transformed into his men simply taking people out into the ocean and just pushing them overboard. Then, once he felt like his biggest threats were off of Beacon Island, he dropped the facade and showed his true colors for the first time. One by one, Geronimus chose who lived and who died. Many of the wives on the voyage to join their husbands also became his property to do with as he pleased. He also quickly eliminated the sick and disabled, and for the strives of his men for weeks after seas and capsized after leaving. What Geronimus actually planned to do, though, was send his men back to West Wallaby Island if they saw smoke signals and kill the unarmed mercenaries. That's only if they made it to the island in the first place. Geronimus believed that Francisco and the others must have encountered rough seas and capsized after leaving the island, so he sent these soldiers in the same direction, hoping they might suffer the same fate. Then, for weeks afterward, the situation just continued to escalate. He continued to send survivors on missions to other islands, but eventually, this transformed into his men simply taking people out into the ocean and just pushing them overboard. Then, once he felt like his biggest threats were off of Beacon Island, he dropped the facade and showed his true colors for the first time. One by one, Geronimus chose who lived and who died. Many of the wives on the voyage to join their husbands also became his property to do with as he pleased. He also quickly eliminated the sick and disabled, and for the stronger of the remaining castaways, Geronimus ordered sneak attacks at night. His men would creep into the camp and finish them off while they slept. During this reign of terror, at least 2 mass burials took place, one of which contained an entire family including 6 children. For all his power and cruelty, though, Geronimus was too weak-willed to do any of it himself. He apparently tried once when he poisoned an infant, but the child survived. Then, since he couldn't do it, he ordered one of his men to do it instead. During this time as well, he kept a close eye on the groups he dropped off on nearby islands. Like, for example, when he noticed that the group he sent to Seal Island wasn't dying fast enough for his liking, he sent a group of his men to the island and watched through a telescope as they sped up the process. The soldiers, meanwhile, several miles away, were thriving on West Wallaby Island. They found a plentiful freshwater source, and there were plenty of small marsupials and birds there that were enough to survive on. For days, the soldiers sent up smoke signals as ordered, completely unaware of what was happening on Beacon Island. Then, one day, some of the survivors who were originally sent to Seal Island showed up on a makeshift raft. That's when Weeb and the other mercenaries were told everything. And after Geronimus had gotten rid of many of those who remained on Beacon Island, he could turn his attention back to the inhabitants of West Wallaby Island. The smoke signals were concerning because he didn't expect the soldiers to find anything at all, so this meant that they had found critical resources they needed to survive. And if they were thriving on West Wallaby Island, it was also possible that a ship could be attracted to the island by the rising smoke. If a ship reached the soldiers first and picked them up before coming to Beacon Island for the others, there was little chance of overthrowing those on board. It would also mean that Geronimus would be executed for everything he'd done. At the same time, knowing what he'd been doing on Beacon Island, Weeb figured it was only a matter of time before Geronimus came for them. So as best they could with what they had available to them, the mercenaries made crude weapons to defend themselves. Then, using limestone, coral, and debris from the Batavia that washed up on the island, they even managed to build a small fortress and set up round-the-clock watches. When the time came, the mercenaries would be prepared. As all of this was going on, after 33 days at sea, the longboat carrying Francisco, Arian, and nearly 50 crewmen miraculously arrived in Batavia. Even today, this is considered an incredible feat of sailing, even if it was aided by the islands they found along the way to stop for food, water, and places to rest. Shortly after arriving in Batavia, Francisco met with the Governor General to discuss the shipwreck and some details he'd been informed of on their journey. Some of the crewmen told Francisco that they'd been approached by Arian and Geronimus to join them in a mutiny. Francisco then shared these details with Indonesian authorities, and Arian was immediately arrested. But even despite knowing about the planned mutiny by that point, no one had any idea of the full scope of what was happening on Beacon Island in their absence. A week after landing, Francisco then left Batavia once again to rescue the others on a ship known as the Sardom, which the Governor General let him use. It would then take a month just to get to the Helpman of Brolos, but then another month after that was spent scanning the water, looking for the little sandy outcropping that is Beacon Island. Almost 2 months earlier, in early August, just as Francisco and the others were arriving in Batavia, several mercenaries on watch spotted a longboat heading toward them. Aboard this boat were a handful of Geronimus' men. Since he was under the assumption that these soldiers were unarmed, Geronimus figured he didn't need his whole crew to dispatch the 22 mercenaries of West Wallaby Island. Thankfully, he couldn't have been more wrong. When the ship reached West Wallaby Island, his henchmen were immediately attacked and caught completely off guard, forcing them to retreat back to Beacon Island. Geronimus was not pleased to hear about this when his men returned to reach the soldiers arriving in Batavia. Several mercenaries on watch spotted a longboat heading toward them. Aboard this boat were a handful of Geronimus' men. Since he was under the assumption that these soldiers were unarmed, Geronimus figured he didn't need his whole crew to dispatch the 22 mercenaries of West Wallaby Island. Thankfully, he couldn't have been more wrong. When the ship reached West Wallaby Island, his henchmen were immediately attacked and caught completely off guard, forcing them to retreat back to Beacon Island. Geronimus was not pleased to hear about this when his men returned to Beacon Island, so he ordered a second attack and went with them this time, believing he could strong arm the mercenaries into joining him. This time he sent more men, but there were still no match for the soldiers, and so before he could leave the island, Geronimus along with 3 of his lieutenants were captured by Weeb. Some of his men did manage to escape the attack and return to Beacon Island, but with many of his henchmen lying dead on the West Wallaby Island sand, Geronimus was made to watch as his lieutenants were executed. Back on Beacon Island, the men who were still loyal to him regrouped under a new leader, a man named Wouter Loos. In late September, these men returned to West Wallaby Island to fight the mercenaries, only this time they brought muskets with them that Geronimus had been saving for his planned hijacking of any rescue ship. The hand weapons the mercenaries had were obviously no match for these muskets, and they fought bravely, but it seemed like only a matter of time before they would be overtaken. Then, as the fighting continued, someone spotted a ship in the distance. In an instant, the fighting stopped as the rescue ship became the priority for both sides, but for very different reasons. Aboard the Sardom, Francisco had spotted smoke to his west, but he mistakenly believed it was coming from another island which lies between West Wallaby Island and Beacon Island. He then directed the Sardom as close as he could to the island, dropped the anchor, and boarded the longboat, which was west, but he mistaken. In an instant, the fighting stopped as the rescue ship became the priority for both sides, but for very different reasons. Aboard the Sardom, Francisco had spotted smoke to his west, but he mistakenly believed it was coming from another island which lies between West Wallaby Island and Beacon Island. He then directed the Sardom as close as he could to the island, dropped the anchor, and boarded the longboat. With a barrel of water, some bread, and a keg of wine, Francisco was surprised to find no one on the island and saw that the smoke was actually coming from further west. Then, as he turned to go back to his boat, he spotted another boat with 4 men in it, frantically paddling toward him, and immediately recognized it was Weeb. When the boat pulled onto the island, Weeb raced to meet Francisco and started shouting at him as he did. Francisco, Weeb, and the 3 others with him immediately hurried to the Sardom to warn the crew to defend the ship. And while on the way, Weeb filled Francisco in on all the details of what happened after he left 3 months earlier. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time to react to this news. Wouter and his men were simultaneously nearing the Sardom. Thankfully, Francisco's boat beat them there, and the captain shouted orders to the men to take defensive positions. When Wouter's boat pulled up alongside the Sardom and the men climbed aboard, they were met by Francisco and dozens of muskets pointed directly at them. They all then placed their weapons on the ground and surrendered. After that, every one of the remaining mutineers was captured, and Francisco began to learn the full details of the atrocities in his absence. A 49-year-old mutineer was particularly forthcoming about his involvement and admitted to killing up to 20 people in compliance with Geronimus' orders. Francisco then asked to be taken to Geronimus, and he was led to the shelter where Geronimus was being held captive. Francisco then launched into the accusations and the claims others had made about his actions, but in answering every question, Geronimus placed the blame on anyone and anything but himself, refusing to confess to any of what he was accused of. So shortly after this initial confrontation, Francisco carried out a series of investigations and trials on the island. This investigation revealed the awful details of the murders and assaults perpetrated by Geronimus and his men. By the conclusion of the investigation, every last one of the mutineers had admitted to their crimes except Geronimus. The worst offenders among them were sentenced to death, and when the time came to carry out the punishment on October 2nd, 1629, the mutineers were brought to Seal Island. The other castaways had been asked to build gallows there, and when the condemned arrived, their right hands were removed before being hanged. Many of the survivors watched in relief as each of the worst mutineers was brought to the gallows one by one. Geronimus was also hanged that day, but both his hands were removed before he met the same fate as the other mutineers. Others who had committed lesser crimes were dealt with differently. One of the soldiers who defected and a cabin boy who defended Geronimus were left marooned on mainland Australia. Interestingly, they became the very first Europeans to live on the continent and are still regarded somewhat as celebrated pioneers, despite Australia. Interestingly, they became the very first Europeans to live on the continent and are still regarded somewhat as celebrated pioneers, despite the circumstances that led them there. The Tsardom then left the Houtman Abrolhos with the 77 remaining survivors and 16 mutineers destined for a more official trial in Batavia. 5 of the mutineers didn't even make it that far, as they were flogged, keel-hauled, and dropped from the yardam high above the ship into the ocean on the way. And while Wouter's actions were almost as egregious as the extra, flogged, keepers, and 16 mutineers destined for a more official trial in Batavia. 5 of the mutineers didn't even make it that far, as they were flogged, keel-hauled, and dropped from the yardam high above the ship into the ocean on the way. And while Wouter's actions were almost as egregious as the acts Geronimus committed, Francisco decided to bring him to Batavia instead. And when his trial was complete, his punishment was the worst of any of those aligned with Geronimus. He was sentenced to the breaking wheel. Being broken on the wheel, as it was called, was considered the most gruesome form of punishment at the time. Francisco decided to bring him to Batavia instead. And when his trial was complete, his punishment was the worst of any of those aligned with Geronimus. He was sentenced to the breaking wheel. Being broken on the wheel, as it was called, was considered the most gruesome form of punishment at the time, and it truly was a horrific punishment. To be as non-descriptive as possible, the gist is that the condemned was mangled to the point of being able to be tied to a large wheel, where further punishment would occur as the wheel spun. This was eventually condemned was mangled to the point of being able to be tied to a large wheel, where further punishment would occur as the wheel spun. This was eventually set ablaze high above a crowd of onlookers. Strangely enough, if the condemned fell off the wheel at any point during the punishment, it was viewed as a sign from God to show mercy and leave the criminal to live. Wouter, however, remained firmly attached to the wheel. As for Arian, he was physically punished by Batavian officials, but still never confessed to any of the accusations made against him, so he was eventually spared for a lack of evidence. Wiebe was celebrated for his bravery in fighting off the mutineers and capturing Geronimus, and he was promoted to a higher military rank as a result. The island is also referred to as its unofficial name, Wiebe Hayes Island. Today, a statue of Wiebe can be found on the western Australian coast, and the remains of the fort he built are still present on the island. It's believed to be the oldest European structure built on Australian land. Francisco, for all his effort to reach help and rescue the others, was subject to an inquiry that admonished him for a lack of leadership and not set up command before he left for Western Australia, but unfortunately it was determined that he was still partially to blame for the tragedy. His reputation was completely ruined, his assets were seized, and he would die from an unspecified illness within a year of his return to Batavia with the others. When it left the Netherlands in October of 1628, it did so with between 322 and 341 people. Of them, only 122 made it to Batavia. It's believed Geronimus was responsible for the deaths of at least 109 castaways, with some estimates as high as 125. The rest were either due to illness, starvation, or the initial shipwreck. The wreck of the Batavia was lost to time until it was located in 1963, and the remains of the bow can now be viewed at the Western Australia Museum. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion I'd love to hear, you can submit it to the form found in the description. And hopefully, I will see you in the next one.
Beyond Limbo is the fallen King Minos, judge of the damned. But for those who remain in Limbo,
Allez-y enfants, et démolissez cette maison. Courons-nous, Doug. Je vais aider mon maître. Il sera fier de nous pardonner et il m'aidera. Surtout en
Oh, wait, we can only do this once a day.
Austin Butler has come a long way from playing the cutest boy in school on iCarly. From a shaggy-haired teen heartthrob to the king of rock and roll, Butler is taking Hollywood by storm. Butler was born in Anaheim, California in 1991. His mother, Lori Ann, was an esthetician. His upbringing was by all accounts normal, if perhaps a little solitary. He told GQ, I didn't really have a passion for anything that included other people at that time. I wouldn't go play sports, I wouldn't do things with other kids. Though he attended elementary school in Orange County, he was homeschooled as a Disneyland. He told the Orange County Register back in 2016, I have vivid memories of that place. But rather than Mickey Mouse's house, it was a trip to a fair, the Orange County Fair with his stepbrother when they were approached by a representative for a background acting management company. According to Butler, the scout had a distinctive look than Austin. Tagging along with his stepbrother to an audition turned in sitcom Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. From there, he went on to appear in Ugg But the Experience,
about 11 or 12,
and Hannah Montana, as 3 shows. Butler booked his first feature film role in 2009's Aliens about a teenage brother and sister who discovered that the siblings meet had caused anyone involved and was panned by roles, earning regular spots with distractingly white. 2013, Butler of young character in that series was cast for iCarly star Miranda. 2 poorly received films. The Eugene O'Neill Broadway was cast in The by George C. Wolfe opportunity for Butler, and always stood up to her called. He'd start telling me Butler landed one of the main roles in the Shannara Khan leading man roles that didn't farm boy who discovered. Butler and his young castmates were praised by critics, canceled after 2 seasons. Performances of The Iceman Cometh and New Year's Up. Tarantino asked him to do a live audition, so Butler flew to Los Angeles on his day off and spent and landed the role. The film was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, an alternate history that explores the murder of Sharon Tate, how the real-life figures portrayed in Tarantino's Felton. They are the real right. Variety that the monsters Brad Pitt and Tarantino role in Baz Luhrmann's biopic of Elvis, in a rarity for actors.
Are you on singing?
I am.
For Carly, when asked why, Butler simply replied, took the form of intense preparation and study, as he delved into every facet of himself in Presley. 2 years, finally wrapped in March from a viral infection. For an actor as dedicated as Butler, it was a small price to pay for a movie that wowed critics and audiences to be a technical marvel of impersonation. Austin noting just how dedicated he is to his work. Whether it's physical training, on the other hand, is a whole other story, at least when it comes to his notorious leak that spoke about Butler's lingering accent. Butler even discussed long learning Elvis's vocal patterns that it took some serious.
I thought, am I being phony? Is this not my voice?
Ultimately, as he told Colbert, he needed a dialect coach to get rid of his Elvis voice. It must have been a bittersweet moment considering all the work he did to get the accent. Speaking to Entertainment Weekly, Butler revealed that he made a sound catalog for the King. He told the outlet, I created my own archive of how he said every word and every diphthong and the way that he used musicality in his voice. There might be no greater measure of an artist's popularity in the modern age than being asked to host SNL. In 2022, Butler hosted a show with Lizzo as a musical guest, his action and a touching tribute to his mother, who passed away from cancer. In addition to this, perhaps because he started his career on television, Butler seems to move between the big screen and the small screen at a steady clip. In 2024, he made a streaming debut in the series Masters of the Air, and this came about Colbert. Butler and Tom Hanks dived right into something different after the film so he wouldn't lose his mind. From there, Hanks pitched the 100th Bomb Group during the war, as Major Dale Buck Clemens. Austin Butler is clearly a talented character actor, blessed with a leading man look to star in Tinseltown. Whether he's playing supporting roles or a Benny in The Bike Riders, a fit and soul of the ensemble crime thriller, he also leans into a new brooding energy in his Oscar nomination, surviving one violent encounter after another. Butler's biggest role, the baddie who killed his own mother. Fade Rotha is ruthless, cannibalistic, and not afraid to kiss his overlord uncle, Baron. He really enjoyed being evil. Butler's commitment to the part also impressed Villeneuve. He told Empire, enjoyed still and cannibalistic and not the box office smash Dune Part 2. Fade Rotha is a ensemble cast of Denis Villeneuve's box office smash Dune Part 2. Fade Rotha is ruthless, cannibalistic, and not afraid to kiss his overlord uncle, Baron Harkonnen, played by Stellan Skarsgård. Skarsgård even told Variety about his co-star. He really enjoyed being evil. Butler's commitment to the part also impressed Villeneuve. He told Empire, Austin evil. Butler's commitment to the part also impressed Villeneuve. He told Empire, Austin brought something that is a cross between a psychopath killer, an Olympic swordmaster, a snake, and Mick Jagger.
You don't get to play characters like this every day.
In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Butler revealed that he set some boundaries in terms of his commitment levels this time around. He told the outlet, I've definitely in the past with Elvis explored living within that world for 3 years, and that being the only thing that I think about day and night. I knew that I wasn't going to do anything dangerous outside of that boundary, and in a way that allowed me to go deeper.
This case takes place in the United Kingdom in September of 2022. Shakira Spencer was a 35-year-old woman who lived in London. The judge who would later oversee her case described Shakira as a healthy and loving woman before her demise. Shakira's mother said, she always wanted to be liked, which made her keen to please people, though this trait also made her vulnerable. Shakira also had mild learning difficulties, which could attract the wrong kinds of opportunistic people who could suss out that she would be very easy to take advantage of. Those who knew Shakira and her family said that she just wanted to be cared for, to be loved, and to have a loyal friendship group, although she was also described as socially awkward, which made it difficult for her to make friends. Shakira also had 2 children who she loved dearly. I'm unaware as to the custody arrangement for her 2 little ones, as there isn't a great deal of information about them. At some point in 2015, Shakira was introduced to Ashana Studholme, a 38-year-old woman who lived right next door to Shakira. As I mentioned previously, there were people who could sense Shakira's vulnerability and her longing for friendship, and Ashana was one such parasite. The 2 lived next to each other in Ealing, West London, and Ashana made numerous attempts to befriend Shakira, but only to benefit herself, and sadly, Shakira fell for it. At the time, Shakira was in a relationship, but after her relationship ended in early 2021, Shakira became incredibly close with Ashana. As the 2 became closer and closer, her family noticed that Shakira became more and more withdrawn. It seemed that Ashana isolated Shakira from everyone she cared about. By 2022, Shakira was a shell of her former self. She had lost a considerable amount of weight and always appeared to be frail. In September of 2022, neighbors of Shakira noticed that they hadn't seen she had lost a considerable amount that Ashana isolated Shakira from everyone she cared about. By 2022, Shakira was a shell of her former self. She had lost a considerable amount of weight and always appeared to be frail. In September of 2022, neighbours of Shakira noticed that they hadn't seen her for over 2 weeks. They would often see her walking around, going about her day, but they also recalled that over the last few months her appearance had changed a great deal. But then, as one neighbour was walking past Shakira's home, she made a truly grim discovery. Maggots could be seen crawling from underneath her front door. Those in the neighborhood called the emergency services, telling the operator about their concerns. The police were dispatched, and they soon arrived at Shakira's home. Upon seeing the maggots crawling from the door, the police wasted no time, and they broke down the door. They entered the home and were met with a foul smell. As they conducted a search of the property, officers found maggots littering the home, and the body of Shakira was found on her son's bed. It was clear that she had been dead for some time, due to the state of her decomposition. Investigators were brought into the scene immediately, and Shakira's body was taken to the coroner so a cause of death could be determined. The coroner made a horrifying discovery. Despite the fact that Shakira's body was badly decomposed, a large amount of evidence as to the cause of her death could be found. It became apparent that this was no natural death. Shakira had been tortured to a horrific degree, and for a long period of time. It was also clear that in her final moments, Shakira was skin and bone. The investigators who worked on Shakira's home found blood spatters all over the home, especially inside a particular cupboard. On screen now, you can see what investigators found under UV light in the cupboard. This was now a murder investigation, and it wouldn't take long for the people responsible to be arrested. The police received a phone call, and this caller said that their nephew had confided in him and claimed that he had done something really bad. He said that his nephew had told him he had burned somebody's toes, and that this person was now dead. He said that the person's name was Shakira Spencer. The caller's nephew was a man by the name of Sean Pendlebury.
This is what I've got to say, it's very important to you. You've been arrested on suspicion of the murder of Shakira Spencer at 9 Lambeth House, okay? Between the 31st of the 8th and the 26th of the 9th. In relation to that, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention one question, so you later rely on court, sir.
The police received a phone call, and this caller said that their nephew had confided in him and claimed that he had done something really bad. He said that his nephew had told him he had burned somebody's toes, and that this person was now dead. He said that the person's name was Shakira Spencer. The caller's nephew was a man by the name of Sean Pendlebury.
This is what I've got to say, it's very important to you. You've been arrested on suspicion of the murder of Shakira Spencer at 9 Lambeth House, okay? Between the 31st of the 8th and the 26th of the 9th. In relation to that, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention one question, so you later rely on court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. The necessity for your arrest is to prevent your disappearance, for a prompt and effective investigation, and to prevent your harm, okay?
Yeah, but I'm not going to so I don't know what you're saying.
You're under caution at the moment. My advice would be, wait until you have the opportunity to have legal advice before you make any further comment in relation to the allegations against you, okay?
Sean
At the moment, my advice
and that this person
is very important to you.
He said that the person's name was Shakira Spencer. The caller's nephew was a man by the name of Sean Pendlebury.
Listen to what I've got to say, this is very important to you. Okay? So you've been arrested on suspicion of the murder of Shakira Spencer at 9 Lambeth House, okay? Between the 31st of the 8th and the 26th of the 9th. In relation to that, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention one question, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. The necessity for your arrest is to prevent your disappearance, for a prompt and effective investigation, and for the prevention of harm, okay?
Yeah, but I've never so I don't know why you're saying.
You're under caution at the moment. My advice would be, wait until you've had the opportunity to have legal advice before you make any further comment in relation to the allegations against you, okay?
Sean had also told his uncle that there were two other accomplices. These people were Lisa Richardson and Ashana Studholm. The three were arrested and questioned. All of them denied any wrongdoing, although the three criminals weren't so bright, as they left behind a trail of evidence which would lead to their downfall. Inside Shakira's home, investigators found a fake nail. This was tested for any DNA, and the DNA on the nail was confirmed to be that of Ashana, linking her to the crime scene. It seemed that the nail could have come off in some kind of struggle. CCTV and ring camera footage was also analysed. The police found that the three suspects would often frequent the home of Shakira. Thousands of hours of footage was evaluated by a dedicated team of investigators. This left the police satisfied and frequent the home of Shakira come off in some kind of struggle. CCTV and ring camera footage was also analysed. The police found that the three suspects would often frequent the home of Shakira. Thousands of hours of footage was evaluated by a dedicated team of investigators. This left the police satisfied that the three were indeed involved. The CCTV and ring camera footage also showed Shakira walking around slowly and hobbling. It was clear that she was struggling to walk. In one clip, you can see that her face is bruised and swollen, showing that she had been badly beaten. Shakira's bank cards had also been used a number of times before her death and after. The three were found to be the ones who were using her card. They were in Shakira's bank. It was clear that she was struggling to walk. In one clip, you can see that her face is bruised and swollen, showing that she had been badly beaten. Shakira's bank cards had also been used a number of times before her death and after. The three were found to be the ones who were using her card. They were seen on CCTV using the card and spending her money in a number of stores and supermarkets. Despite the trio claiming ignorance, the evidence was stacking up against them. Blood spatters were also found in Ashana's home, further linking her to the crime beyond a shadow of a doubt. The home of Sean was also searched, and inside, officers uncovered a pair of shoes that had a number of bloodstains on them. The blood was tested and was an exact match to Shakira. The boot of Sean's car was also found to be stained with blood. The blood again was a match with Shakira. The police were building a horrifying picture of Shakira's final moments, but now, this is when things become even more sinister. As I said before, the coroner could tell that Shakira had been tortured. Well, the police recovered a mobile phone that belonged to Lisa Richardson, and on this device, they found a number of deeply disturbing text messages and videos, which gave the police an idea of exactly what happened. What I'm about to share with you is the official story. Ashana befriended Shakira with the intention of using her for her own benefit. She introduced her to Sean and Lisa, and the three began to slowly take control of Ashana befriended, which gave the police an idea of exactly what happened. They found a number of deeply disturbing text messages and videos, which gave the police an idea of exactly what happened. What I'm about to share with you is the official story. Ashana befriended Shakira with the intention of using her for her own benefit. She introduced her to Sean and Lisa, and the three began to slowly take control of Shakira's life. They isolated her from her family and her friends, introducing her to illegal substances to increase their control over her. They forced Shakira to hand over control of her banking and her money to themselves. They took over her home and practically enslaved her. They would force Shakira to get up in the early hours of the morning to run errands for them, and sometimes pointlessly, just because they enjoyed causing her misery. Eventually, they forced Shakira out of her own home and made her sleep in a bike shed. The three also took great pleasure in attacking and injuring Shakira. They would frequently beat and humiliate her, filming this for their own sick and twisted enjoyment. They withheld food and water from Shakira, only allowing her to consume small sachets of tomato ketchup. Over the months of torment, Shakira went from a size 16 to a size 6. To make more money, the gang would allow men to come over, and these men would pay to be able to force themselves upon Shakira. They did this multiple times over the months until her death. Shakira was living in hell. You may be wondering why she didn't just go to the police. Well, these cases aren't always so simple. Vulnerable people who go through such an ordeal can literally be brainwashed by the perpetrators to accept the abuse. The psychological trauma that Shakira suffered is complicated, and it isn't as simple as saying, well, she should have just run away or gotten some help. On one occasion just before her death, officers did see Shakira walking alone. She was limping, and she appeared to be frail, gaunt, and beaten. The police were concerned for her well-being, and they asked Shakira if she needed any help. But Shakira declined, and she told the officers that there was nothing to worry about. She walked away from the police and towards her home where the three were living. There, she would be starved and beaten, and 10 days later, Shakira would be dead. Over the months, the three ramped up their attacks. The beatings got worse and worse, and Shakira suffered unspeakable horrors. These savage beatings were recorded, and according to the police reports, the three could be heard laughing as Shakira begged them to stop hurting her. Other people who were friends with the trio were also invited over, and they were told to beat and hurt Shakira. On one occasion, the three pinned Shakira down and used a lighter to burn away the skin on the bottom of her feet. In September of 2022, the gang attacked Shakira for the final time. However, on this occasion, the torture was incredibly severe. From what I can tell from the court documents, this was done in front of two younger people who can't be named for legal reasons. I'm unsure as to who these two younger people are, as it isn't entirely clear, but they would later testify against the three killers. Inside Ashana's home, the three all attacked Shakira Spencer for hours. She was forced to kneel in front of the gang, and one of them smashed a glass bottle over her head, and then Sean kicked Shakira in the back, causing her to fall. Shakira began crying out in pain. Following this, the three stopped to have dinner together while Shakira lay in agony. Once they were finished eating, Shakira was told to sing out. One of them smashed a Inside Ashana's home, the three all attacked Shakira Spencer for hours. She was forced to kneel in front of the gang, and one of them smashed a glass bottle over her head, and then Sean kicked Shakira in the back, causing her to fall. Shakira began crying out in pain. Following this, the three stopped to have dinner together while Shakira lay in agony. Once they were finished eating, Shakira was told to strip. The gang boiled a kettle and poured the boiling water all over Shakira's body. Shakira screamed out in pure agony as the gang just laughed, enjoying every moment of her torment. An aerosol spray with a lighter was then used to burn Shakira. Shakira passed out from the extreme pain, and she fell and hit her head. She was then dragged into the hallway where she slept under newspapers in her own urine. The extreme pain and enjoying every moment of her torment. An aerosol spray with a lighter was then used to burn Shakira. Shakira passed out from the extreme pain, and she fell and hit her head. She was then dragged into the hallway where she slept under newspapers in her own urine. The two younger people who were also present recalled the smell of burning flesh lingering in the air. They also recalled seeing pieces of Shakira's flesh coming off. The following day, Shakira was beaten again before being put into the boot of Sean's car and driven to her own flat on the 12th of September. Once inside, the three locked Shakira in her cupboard. Shakira was in an awful state. She was horrifically injured, bleeding, and starved. She was left in the cupboard to die, alone, in pain, and terrified. Not long after being locked in the cupboard, Shakira died of her injuries. The three then got to work cleaning up the crime scene. She was moved from the cupboard and placed onto the floor. Incense sticks and ice packs were placed around her body to cover up the smell and to slow down the crime scene. She was moved from the cupboard and placed onto the floor. Incense cupboard, Shakira died of her injuries. The three then got to work cleaning up the crime scene. She was moved from the cupboard and placed onto the floor. Incense sticks and ice packs were placed around her body to cover up the smell and to slow down the decomposition. The three then got to work destroying evidence. Shakira's body was moved into her son's bed in her body to cover up the smell and to slow down cleaning up the crime scene. She was moved from the cupboard and placed onto the floor. Incense sticks and ice packs were placed around her body to cover up the smell and to slow down the decomposition. The three then got to work destroying evidence. Shakira's body was moved into her son's bed in a feeble attempt to make it look like she died from natural causes. 2 weeks later, maggots would be found crawling from under her door. All three of the killers tried to pass around the blame. Nobody wanted to accept responsibility for what they had done, and none of them even seemed to really care about the murder. But this wouldn't matter. The evidence was beyond overwhelming, and the trial would soon begin. The jury were presented with the details of the murder, and the prosecution highlighted that Ashana was very much the ringleader in this case, but that the other two were willing participants. They were just as complicit, and they happily took part in the torture, laughing as they did it. The jurors heard how Ashana had previous convictions for racially attacking someone on 2 separate occasions, and a string of thefts and neglect. Sean also had previous convictions for illegal substance offences, handling stolen goods, and attacking police officers. Sean's defense team attempted to absolve him of any responsibility due to him having a lower than average IQ. However, the judge would say to this, "You were a fully involved member of this group who tortured Shakira. You had ample opportunity to step away or get help, but you took full part in the ill treatment and lived in her flat while she slept in the bike shed." Throughout the trial, the three killers showed absolutely no remorse, and none of them offered any kind of explanation for what they did and why they subjected Shakira to such unimaginable horrors. All three were found guilty of the murder of Shakira. They were sentenced to a combined total of over 100 years in prison. They were all given a life sentence with a minimum term of 34 years, meaning that all of them must complete 34 years behind bars before being considered for parole. The case of Shakira was so incredibly distressing that the judge who was assigned to oversee the case allowed the jurors the option to opt out of jury service for the rest of their lives. The judge explained that some of the jury were traumatized by the evidence they had to witness. If there's jury service for the rest of their lives, Shakira was so incredibly distressing that the judge who was assigned to oversee the case allowed the jurors the option to opt out of jury service for the rest of their lives. The judge explained that some of the jury were traumatized by the evidence they had to witness. If there's one thing I've noticed while writing for this channel, is how truly sadistic a group of people can become when they single out and target an individual. I've covered it countless times on the channel, and those cases are always especially horrifying. The prosecutor who worked on the case compared the killers to a pack of feral savages, with many agreeing with his description. Shakira's son, who cannot be named for legal reasons, described the trio who killed his mother as cruel and evil. In an impact statement he said, "I've suffered with daily nightmares and anxiety about what happened to her. I can't get the horrible image of my mother looking skinny and unwell out of my head. Why were they so heartless? What could cause them to torture another human? I hope that every day they feel bad for the choices they have made. I cannot believe the people she thought were her friends would ever do this to her. These people are evil. They do not deserve to live a happy and normal life ever again."
Hello everyone, so a very short video for you here. This shows the destruction of a Russian BM-21 Grad. This Grad is first targeted by a type of airburst or cluster munition. You can see the little crackle around it. Then, a regular artillery strike landing next to the Grad, and finally, we see an FPV drone used against it, after which the BM-21 is seen burning. So, it took quite a few attempts by Ukraine to bag this vehicle, but Russia uses its Grads quite well, so it was likely worth such an effort. So let's have a look at where this was. So the geolocation is here. The BM-21 parked near this sort of industrial site. I wonder if maybe its ammo is stored here, or it's being used as a barracks for the crew, or even a makeshift temporary repair centre. The BM-21, there was no attempt made to hide it, seemingly. It was caught in the open. I'm not sure if this was heading to a firing spot or returning from one. Maybe it broke down here and the crew left it. It could be this building is its hiding place and it was abandoned before reaching for whatever reason. Zoomed out, this is near Crimea. This is a key area, as Russia is carrying out a few offensives in this region. A notable one, south and west of Dobrova, which you can see at the bottom of this Google Maps image. From here, you can see that the Grad can cover the main Russian attacks. So, in the west, near Terny and Yamplivka, the one near Dobrova, which I just mentioned, and at the bottom of the screen, Bilohorivka. So this Grad, with its most commonly used 9M22 rounds, can cover these key areas. So, this is quite a solid target. Zoomed out, this is the eastern front towards the north. 206 BM-21 Grads have been destroyed so far. Russia had 550 in service at the start of the war, but do have some in reserve. They're not very accurate, but they can saturate a wide area, and Russia does tend to use these pretty well, to be fair. We've seen videos of them being used in Ukrainian positions a lot.
Hello and welcome to One of the Moons. So, what exactly is Outcast: A New Beginning? You're here either because you've heard of it, seen it, or even played it. Well, let's first get some context from the game's original title, Outcast 2: A New Beginning. That's right, it's a sequel. Now this isn't exactly something like a Helldivers 2 situation where the original game came out a few years back and was a slightly different genre. See, the original Outcast was released all the way back at the end of the 20th century, yet despite its old release date, Outcast established a combination of many leaps and bounds in the video game world. Large explorable 3D open worlds, voice lines for every character along with motion capture movements, a fantastic large orchestrated score, shadows for all characters, swimming, advanced NPC AI that interacted on a large scale via players' actions that influenced a morality meter, riding bald emus, voice artists who brought so much character to the land that each conversation felt like meeting a unique individual.
Hi there. You sticky pile of zot.
The game's cinematic focus was so strong that a sudden appearance of a silhouette on a popcorn run could go unnoticed. And some game mechanics that I've not seen since, but the game's cinematic focus was so strong that a sudden appearance of a silhouette on a popcorn run could go unnoticed. And some game mechanics that I've not seen since, but I absolutely adore.
Do you know where Mar is? That is him right there.
This open-world sci-fi action-adventure game was a definitive pin on the video game timeline that started with Tennis for Two, or some other earlier game that I'm sure someone will comment on. In short, Outcast was a 1999 video game timeline that started with Tennis for Two, or some other earlier game that I'm sure someone will comment on. In short, Outcast was a 1999 PC game that won several accolades after receiving large critical praise. Due to its publisher, the series. In short, Outcast was a 1999 PC game that won several accolades after receiving large critical praise. Due to its publisher, the series never went beyond the 90s, yet in 2014, the original creators of the game claimed back the rights and released it onto Steam, called Outcast 1.1. The game was then given a facelift, along with some mechanics, and was released again. The game claimed back the rights and released it onto Steam, called Outcast. Publisher, the series never went beyond the 90s, yet in 2014, the original creators of the game claimed back the rights and released it onto Steam, called Outcast 1.1. The game was then given a facelift, along with some mechanics, and was released again under the new title Outcast Second Contact, for PC, PS4, and Xbox One. Soon after, THQ Nordic purchased the developer's Appeal, along with Outcast, so a true sequel could be made, with the end result being Outcast: A New Beginning. And now, for the detailed version. Outcast invited players to explore a world created with voxels as opposed to the ever-dominant polygons, and this decision very much plays into giving the world its unique alien landscape. This world is called Adelpha, home to a large bipedal, slightly lizardish-looking species, the Talan, a civilization that binds the architectural styles of a Middle Eastern-esque Bronze Age with the religious identity of one attuned to nature, the planet, and the spirit of the world's gods, creatively called the Yods. Except this religion is not one based purely on faith. The spirit of Adelpha is visibly real. The biomes of Adelpha are as vast as Earth, with the Talan race making home in each corner of the planet. From lush pastures to snow-capped mountains, damp marshes and dry deserts, even lands akin to living on the rim of a volcano. Each of these regions are travelled to through large gateways called Aokas. And yes, clearly there is a leap in technological power here, and the average Talan would agree with you, for these portals were found by the Talan, pulled up from dark oceans, found in barren landscapes. Many of the towns were built around these gates. The Talan weren't the first ones here, but that's not something we need to look into any closer for now. The Talan culture is guided by the classic elements of fire, water, earth, and air, and there will be much more to uncover and learn as you explore the new land of Ganzar in A New Beginning. In this sequel, you play as ex-Navy SEAL Cutter Slade. Hopefully, with the 90s context I've set up, we should all be on the same page as to why his name sounds so radical. And yes, this is the same Cutter from the original 99 game, I think. So, beyond his cool job title, who is he and what the hell is he doing here? The story of Outcast starts with Cutter being transported to the Arctic, in which a mission to establish a portal to a parallel world has caved in on itself. A large, world-destroying wormhole has opened up, and if it's not closed, it will soon be large enough to consume the planet. Cutter is assigned as security chaperone with the 3 scientists set on travelling through this wormhole to fix the problem. A problem caused when the first contact probe sent through was destroyed by an aggressive acting native. With the 2 lead scientists transporting before Cutter, and the third to be sent through after, he soon wakes up on a firm yet large bed. No scientist in sight, just one terrifyingly large, lizard-looking chap, and a peculiar symbol on his chest. If you're enjoying this video so far, it would mean so much to me if you subscribed and left a like. We're so close to hitting another milestone. Please do also take a look through my channel, as there's far more to it beyond Outcast, and I make sure each video is given the same attention to detail and production value. And if you want to go the extra mile, please share this video. Your kindness and support means the world to me. And with that groveling done, let's get back to Outcast. On speaking to the scary-looking Guardian leader, Cutter learns that these Talan have been awaiting his arrival, as was foretold by the Great Prophet, dubbing him the Ulukai. That's right, we have a prophecy. Cutter was to bring peace to Adelpha by collecting ancient relics called Mons, and doing so would destroy the evil ruler, Feyran. The journey ahead involves battles with soldiers, giant creatures, uniting a broken culture to its roots, obliterating taxes.
Is there any way you could stop paying the taxes?
I would be reverted for sure if I even thought of doing such a thing.
Exploring dense forests that hold secrets to the past civilization of Adelpha. Jumping between rolling boulders and active lava pits. And convincing simple-minded village leaders like Mar here to start a revolution.
Is there any way I could convince you to stop your risk production?
No.
Outcast is a vast ocean of a game for 1999, with deep, expansive lore that adds to the world that many like myself have fallen in love with. And Outcast: A New Beginning is something we've all been waiting for a very long time. As this was not the first time it's been attempted. Outcast 2: The Lost Paradise was a sequel that was deep in production when it was cancelled in 2001. But this too is a video for another day. In fact, it's a video I created years ago but is marked private for several years in respect for the developers, as the information I dove into in that video may be returning in A New Beginning. Who knows? In the near future, at the end of this video, there might be a link to it, well, when you watch this. Now, who knows? In the near future, in respect for the developers, as the information I dove into in that video may be returning in A New Beginning. Who knows? In the near future, at the end of this video, there might be a link to it, well, when you watch this. Now, with this dive into Outcast, I've tried to keep story spoilers vague, as I still believe it's a game that's worth playing all these years later, and it's never been easier, with both versions more accessible than ever. So, where does this leave us and Cutter at the start of Outcast: A New Beginning? Well, this game's story has you, so I still believe it's a game that's worth playing all these years later, and it's never been easier, with both versions more accessible than ever. So, where does this leave us and Cutter at the start of Outcast: A New Beginning? Well, this game's story has you, the new player, in mind, as it seems Cutter may be a little more clueless than the Talan we're expecting, as it seems this whole world is all new to him once more.
What's a Daoga?
A question of why that will be answered in Outcast: A New Beginning, as it seems this whole world is all new to him once more.
What's a Daoga?
A question of why that will be answered in Outcast: A New Beginning. If you have any questions about the series, please leave a comment and I'll try my best to get back to you as soon as possible. Or another fanatic Outcast fan will answer for me. There are dozens of us. If you've enjoyed what you've watched today, please consider subscribing for more Outcast content and other stuff. I make videos based on what I want to watch, so it's a little chaotic. But I appreciate you all for being here. So until then, I'll see you next time Under the Moons. See you later.
Is the notion of observer also a local phenomenon, or can you have a non-local observer? Can a collection of observers be considered an observer?
An ant colony, for example. Yeah, I mean, yes, we have examples where, look, I mean, we humans are already extended. We're not observing things at the level of one atom of space. We are aggregating quite large chunks of sort of of elements of space and so on. Now, what would it be like to be an ant in an ant colony where you have sort of a collective mind about things? I'm not sure. Perhaps the true organism of the Earth is all of human society. And then we're all just, ants relative to that. And you can say, what is the experience of the whole of human society? Human society makes decisions, as we individuals make decisions. It makes decisions. We watch those decisions happen. Sometimes those decisions are pretty confusing for us individuals, so to speak. Society goes in this direction. They decide that, top hats are fashionable or something, and it happens as some sort of collective dynamic. And and we as an individual don't really know what happened there. And so I think this notion of, can society as a whole, for example, be thought of as an observer with respect to some kinds of questions? Perhaps, probably yes. And in a sense, society, for example, this whole equivalency question, you could ask that for society as a whole as opposed to individuals. You could say, we as individuals, we believe all kinds of different things, but society as a whole concludes that top hats are fashionable, for example. And that's just like it could very well be the case that in our brains, one part of our brain is saying, I hate that color. Another part of our brain is saying, I really like that color. And in the end, we come to a conclusion that is some kind of aggregate of those things where we say, hey, I kind of like that, or whatever. And I think, society does the same kind of thing. And we are in this, with respect to society, we are like the individual neurons in our brains. It's like, if we could know what that individual clump of neurons was thinking, then we would say, oh my gosh, the whole brain made that crazy decision. This clump of neurons really had it right, but the whole brain did something completely crazy. And, so it is, I think, with us individual humans relative to all of society.
So humor me for a bit. Suppose the observer theory that you have would be able to give you a quantity like IIT has phi. For this, you will have 1,000 units of consciousness, and ant has 1. Okay, suppose we could do that. Suppose we could then say that a cell inside your body has 5 units of it in observer theory units, and that the aggregate of you has 1,000, and society actually has 10,000. Okay, suppose it was that. But then at the same time, earlier in the conversation we have that the rule is a bit too incoherent to give a consciousness number to, so maybe it's either 0 or undefined. That would seem to me like there's a maximum amount of consciousness at some point in some scale, because as you scale outward, you can get more. But if you scale too much, you get 0 or ill-defined. So what do you make of that? What would it be? What the heck would that be? The maximum, most conscious being?
I think it's one of these things where you've sort of got a couple of parameters. You've got coherence, and you've got kind of the coherence of the being and what the being contains. And these things are directly related. The being sort of has a broader set of experiences, paradigms, whatever else. The being is also less coherent. As it can, have these two different points of view, let's say, which have certain incompatibilities, it is both by extending to be able to encompass those different points of view, it is encompassing more, but it is also becoming less coherent in what it encompasses. So, I mean, my own guess would be that I think it depends. Let's see. Usually the answer to a question like this is, it depends what you want it for. That is, if you say, which thing can make the maximum number of decisions per unit time, let's say, which thing can have the I
understand.
You could have these different criteria, and I think you'd end up with a different answer, which would end up being a reflection more of your criterion than of the thing itself. But I do think that, it is an interesting question. So, for example, the thought experiment. What if we gradually replace our neural circuitry with digital electronics? So we think a million times faster. What would that feel like? our experience of the physical world will be different in that case. We'll notice the individual photons coming in. We'll, not aggregate space in the same way. We'll have all kinds of other funky relationships, different relationships to physics. But, what would it be like to talk to an entity that was thinking a million times faster than you were? I don't know. I think I suspect that the main point is that it can be spinning around and thinking really, really fast. But what matters to us is the way in which we connect to what's going on. And so actually the perception of what's happening wouldn't be so different, because what we're seeing is only those things that we can be an observer of, so to speak. All the detail about what it's thinking a million times faster, it's coming up with this and that and the other. It's maybe what we would perceive of it. It's like perceiving something in physics, for example, where lots of things are happening, but all we're perceiving is what we're capable of perceiving. So in other words, that the inner experience of the million times faster thinking thing would be invisible to us, and that when we talk to it, it would just seem like all we're noticing is the things that we can notice, so to speak. Now, it's an interesting question. If you take, I don't know, things I figured out in my life, and you imagine the million times faster version of me, then, again, it's like this connection to physics. Then, yes, you could say the things that, took me, the things that would take me a year to work out, the million times faster me would work out in 30 seconds. But I think that interface to that is like an interface to sort of physics. If viewed, the speed of light is the speed of light. We experience different things if we are experiencing at a different, with kind of a different speed of thought. But I don't know. I mean, I think these thought experiments of what is it like to be an alien mind. I find them very interesting. I have a very hard time with them. I look to kind of almost, it's like, could you write a science fiction story which had as the protagonist, something that thinks a million times faster? How would it think about things? How would other people feel about it? These are things which, and in a sense, by writing a science fiction story, you're trying to make that humanized bridge to our everyday experience. I wish more people were doing this. I think it's a really interesting thing to do. I think it's really hard.
If you enjoyed this Toe clipping, then the full video is linked in the description. You should also sign up for Toe Mail, which
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I present you the Compaq ProLiant 8500R. R stands for rack mounting, of course. Let's watch a bit how it looks when it boots. As you can see, it has 2 GB of RAM. That's quite a lot for that time. The system BIOS is from the year 2000, so I'm not sure, but maybe the server came out in 1999. It has a smart array controller without any number, so it must be one of the first smart array controllers. It currently has 4 CPUs, but it can have up to 8 CPUs, and the CPUs are Pentium 3 Xeon processors with 700 MHz clock speed. And as you can see, it takes a while to boot, but that's normal for Windows 2003. Originally, there was a Windows NT on this machine, but for some reasons the drive didn't want to boot that, so I installed quickly a new version of 2003, and that's what you can see here. This is the system inside display. That was an option. You could order the system without it or with it. With it, of course, it costs you some bucks extra. And it lets you see some events, and it lets you set up some basic parameters. It takes its data from the ILO, the integrated lights out controller. And yeah, it's a nice little toy. Going to the backside, which is dominated by these 2 huge power supplies. Each one has 1,100 watts. Server power supplies now. Those are all 32-bit PCI sockets, and you push that button, and the system knows that you want to network card your way. So the only cards you actually could also were probably network cards, stuff like that. Here's suddenly a plastic cover, but in fact the LED, the main board up to there, component or any building block could be removed quite easily from the system. Of course, often turning down power located, and also only for a server with 8 CPUs, it has enough cooling. Well, they certainly know what they're doing. So 4 of these slots are empty. They have some plastic spacers installed to keep air flowing where it should flow. It's a little bit tricky to remove them with one hand and filming with the other hand, but yeah, it has 2 handles and you have 2 hands, so why not use them? Here are the CPUs, 4 of them are installed. They have a relatively special heatsink with these heat pipes and the cooling fins on top of the CPU. Normally they had a normal heat spreader and heatsink on the backplate, but that took away too much room for. And they wanted to have 8 CPUs, so they had to move the heatsink on top of the processor, as you can see here. The smaller one is a Pentium 2, and the normal Pentium 3 came in the same casing, the same size. And to compare, here is a Pentium 3 Xeon from IBM with a standard heatsink, making it much thicker. So with that heatsink, it was not possible to install 8. Here are the DC converter boards. There's 1 board for each CPU, so we have 4 installed for DC converters, and that's all the stuff removed, and we can enjoy the backplane here with these special chips here. I think that's some memory controllers that handle the data between all the CPUs and the memory board. 512 megabyte modules, and that's pretty big modules for the time. So there's a rubber ring that gets compressed that holds the CPU in place and pulls it down in the same time. These cooling fins are pretty sharp, and the rubber under the CPU contains all the hard drives, slightly, and that's the module. Everything visible is on the underside, so you have to turn it upside down. That's one of the drives. It's a SCSI drive with 2.1 gigabytes. And it has a SCSI 80-pin SCA, a single connector architecture connector. All the SCSI drives have a power plug and a data plug, and they are not really meant for hot swap, but this connector system can be removed during operation. We have the cable that goes to the inside display. Then we have another cable going to the floppy drive. That's this one here, standard 1.44 megabyte floppy, and the CD-ROM drive, not a CD writer, just a CD-ROM reader. And there's of course some controller chips, some circuitry, power, and data. Yeah. The drive bay first. I don't know if there is some interlock mechanism, but it's probably the way it works. Maybe also this SCSI has a little bit some indentations, and I don't know. I don't have the manual for that machine, but in the end, it worked. And there is also a drawer on the backside for all the I/O cards, and therefore it is called the I/O or slide away top card.
Here they have this beige, even for the propeller blades, so prevent any short circuits when you insert or remove some cards. So if you accidentally touch one of the cards next to it, which is still powered, the 16-bit PCI cards are shorter, have only only 2 connectors, and the 32-bit ones have this 3 gold connector.
Come on!
Get. By all means, take your time. Make yourself well. A can't be made. Even when you help. Think.
I mean, your eyes?
The guy's got an axe in his brain. He's not feeling that.
It's more from me. He'll be fine.
I'll tell you, you fucking bitch.
Let me help you.
He's having a bad day.
That makes 2 of us. I guess it's a good thing fables are hard.
Here.
Thanks.
Who do you work for?
Thank you. We probably have. We all sort of knew each other at one point or another. Better than it already is. I'll be fine.
Let's see, I've got it's 20, 40, 78, 58. It's all I got. It'll help, right? Take it.
It's okay. I'll be fine. You've done enough, really.
I'm still gonna use statement.
I have to go drop off what I have.
Meet me back in my office then.
It's a little late for an office visitor. I'll swing by your apartment.
How do you know where
You
I
live in a
am?
small. I don't use that term lately. Hey, I need to tell you something.
What is it?
You're not as bad as everyone says you are. I'll see you around, Wolf.
Don't make me come over there. Look, I got an hour of paperwork ahead of me, and I've already had to deal with one asshole tonight, so just...
Sorry, Bigby. Didn't mean to be an asshole. Hello, Bigby. Hi, I wasn't expecting anyone.
Why'd you hide?
Damn it, I'm late. You worry too much as it is, and it would just make my life a lot easier. I have to go. Bigby.
Seventh day in a row. Bigby, hey, wake up. Have you seen my wife? Have you seen Judy? No, haven't seen her. Oh, okay. Sorry to bother you. Damn it, something's going on. Damn, should've cracked the window. Damn it. Bluebeard's file. I don't even remember ordering that.
Hey, baby. I'm in your chair, huh?
I'm tired, Colin. It's been a long day.
Thanks. Couple thousand more of these, we'll leave on that house you owe me.
This has got to stop. You can't keep sneaking off the phone like this.
And yeah, Bigby. You know it's by a big bad wolf. He must have loved that. That for me?
Nope.
The house didn't blow itself down, Bigby. That's all I'm saying. Do with that what you will. Now, I'm not saying it's reason enough for me to have definitely gone for the drink, but it would have helped ease some of the pain you once caused me, yes. It also would have shown everyone how different you are now.
That was all you were saying. I'd be able to get some rest.
I take it all back. This is why everyone hates you.
So, everyone hates me.
Nah, I'm just getting your shit.
I'm doing my best here.
Clearly that is not true, but with selfishness of the purpose. But, no, hate's the wrong word. They fear you more than anything. You made a lot of people back in your day.
I thought we were all supposed to have a fresh start here. I can't change the past.
Well, you can't change people's memories either. Look, I'm not saying it's fair, but it's real. People are scared of you. I mean, look at your hands. Who'd you get in a fight with? A Fable, right? I'm sure you're not going around punching monkeys.
I was doing my job, believe it or not.
Your job is to beat the shit out of Fables.
Sometimes I take them to the farm.
Fuck you.
You think my job is easy? You try to keep a bunch of Fables from killing each other. How do you think this all works?
I don't know. How?
By being big and being bad.
By being big and being bad? Don't say that shit in front of people. It's embarrassing. That's the attitude that gets you in trouble. I'm sure you were shitty to everyone you came across tonight.
Not everyone.
Well, maybe in
2 days. Let me sleep.
Yeah. Thanks, Bigby.
Bigby!
Snow.
Come with me.
Snow. Snow.
What? Sorry, what is it?
What happened?
I just can't get into it this second. We need to hurry to...
Hi.
Hello, good morning, or evening.
Yeah.
These walls are paper thin. We need to be careful. We'll talk outside. You this girl? Is she...
A working girl? I'm with her. He attacked her, I stepped in. And he threatened to kill us both.
No, you don't think he...
I don't think everything yet. Just give me a second.
It's just terrible.
So, who found her?
I did. She was just like this. I didn't touch her. I grabbed Criminal's jacket to cover her with, and I came to get you right away.
No one else was with you?
No. Maybe. Did one of us do this?
There hasn't been a murder in Fabletown in a long time.
All the more reason we should start a panic before we know what's going on.
What is? What is? It's her.
What kind of monster would do this?
Strange God. What did this to her?
What could do something like that?
It was something very sharp. Something with magic attached to it.
I'm sorry. This is just so surreal. And what do you want to do next?
We still have some time. I should keep investigating the area.
Okay, good idea.
The following is a transcription of the NICAP press conference on the University of Colorado study held at the National Press Club on Tuesday, April 30, 1968. The voice you hear will be that of Major Donald Keyhole, who conducted the press conference and handled all the questions.
Fact-finding organization with field committees to investigate sightings and several hundred advisors who are scientists, engineers, and experts in other fields. For 17 months, we have cooperated with the Air Force-financed University of Colorado UFO project. We have broken off relations with this project, very regrettably, because we have evidence that instead of being the objective, impartial, scientific investigation it was announced to be, it has been extremely negative. The director has revealed a very extreme bias. The coordinator of the project, before the contract was signed, suggested that the project be announced in such a way that it would appear to be objective, whereas actually would be handled in a different manner. Now, quite a bit of this is covered in our press release. We have sent a report to the President of the United States enclosing evidence of what we term grave deficiencies in this study. The study has cost over $500,000 to date. 2 top scientists have been fired by the head of the project, Dr. Condon, for revealing proposals that the study should be carried out to appear objective, and also explaining how it would actually be handled. The administrative assistant or secretary of the project resigned in protest against the way the project was handled, and also in protest against the firings. Now, during this period of 17 months, we supplied hundreds of reports at the project's request, many of them from such competent observers as veteran pilots, scientists, aerospace engineers, and other responsible witnesses. We also, at the project's request, briefed them on some of these hoaxes and occasional wild tales that you read about, so that they could be prepared to distinguish between the serious reports and the other type. In the field, we helped investigate quite a number of cases and gave them our evaluations. This went on until the spring of '67, when we began to notice Dr. Condon making statements to the press in which he was quoted as saying, among other things, "This is a crazy business. I don't believe the UFOs exist. I think the government should get out of this business," and so on. In case any of you care to see them, we have copies of some of these clips. Dr. Condon always told me afterwards that he was misquoted, and that very well could be, but he was always misquoted in one direction. In September, he made a speech before scientists out at Gaithersburg, atomic scientists, very high-level professionals, in which he made fun of the subject and indicated that it was pure nonsense. We had a report on that from one of the scientists who was present. When we complained, there was no real explanation given, and we stopped sending information. We still allowed our subcommittees to help with investigations. However, the project urged that we resume sending information. Mr. Lowe, the coordinator, came to Washington and said that they depended on us for most of their information, that it was of very high caliber, and he put this in writing, and urged that we resume transmissions as soon as possible. Our answer was that we would send several questions to him and Dr. Condon, and the answers were satisfactory, that we would then resume cooperation. These questions included queries about our reports. We asked Dr. Condon if he had examined any of the hundreds of NICAP reports, if he intended to examine any of them, if he had ever made any field investigations, or if he intended to. We asked also whether the project was being carried out as it was publicly announced in an impartial, scientific manner. The same questions were addressed to Mr. Lowe. Both men wrote back and refused to answer. Shortly after that, Dr. David Saunders, who was head of the computer section, gave me, privately, a copy of a memorandum which Mr. Lowe had drawn up just before, or sometime before the contract was signed. And part of that is quoted in the press release. But the main points are here are some of the main points. In order to undertake such a project, one has to approach it objectively. That is, one has to admit the possibility that such things as UFOs exist. It is not respectable to give serious consideration to such a possibility. Believers, in other words, remain outcasts. Then he goes on down a little bit farther. The simple act of admitting these possibilities, just as possibilities, puts us beyond the pale, and we would lose more in prestige in the scientific community than we could possibly gain by undertaking the investigation. Now, he there quotes the opinions of a member of the faculty. And this memorandum was sent incidentally to Vice President Thurston E. Manning, who signed the final contract. Now, down farther, Mr. Lowe takes his own suggestions for handling the project. He says our study would be conducted almost exclusively by non-believers, who, although they couldn't possibly prove a negative result, could, and probably would, add an impressive body of evidence that there is no reality to the observations. The trick would be, I think, to describe the project so that to the public it would appear a totally objective study, but to the scientific community would present the image of a group of non-believers trying their best to be objective but having an almost zero expectation of finding a saucer. Then he goes on and says the best way to do this would be to stress investigation of the witnesses. Psychologists find out why they report seeing flying saucers or UFOs. So if the emphasis were put here, rather than on the old question of physical reality, that is the actual evidence, I think the scientific community would quickly get the message. Now, these type of proposals were circulated, although Dr. Condon later stated that he never saw them until February this year, but they were circulated widely. And there's certainly one copy went to Mr. Manto, Vice President Manning, who later signed the contract. Now, in the contract, which is public, the proposals of the project are incorporated, so they are a part of the contract. And it says the work will be conducted under conditions of the strictest objectivity by investigators who, as carefully as can be determined, have no predilections or preconceived positions on the UFO question. This is essential if the public, the Congress, the executive, and the scientific community are to have confidence in the study. Now, these are diametrically opposed, so that we have some people in the project, certainly the coordinator, who believes that you should approach it negatively But the public should be convinced that you're being very careful and very scientific. Now, I am not, and NICAP does not at any time state or imply or believe that Dr. Condon or Mr. Lowe were or are dishonest about this. Both of them seem to believe that it was correct to take the attitudes they did. Dr. Condon is a distinguished scientist, and he has stated from the start that he did not believe in these things. And more, he made this public, this attitude, which was extremely biased, and caused a number of people to tell us not to report their findings to Colorado. A group of scientists, including Dr. David Saunders and Dr. Norman Levine, actually the majority of the scientists, tried their very best to offset this and get a positive approach. They detected in one 3-hour session with Dr. Condon and Mr. Lowe that this was the wrong way to approach the subject, and it should be made completely objective. There was no change in the policy, which was to work toward a negative conclusion. Now, this particular memo was given to me late in 1967. I kept it secret, except from my assistant director, Mr. Gordon
In the
Moore,
hundreds of hours I've
because
put into
Saunders
oblivion
asked us not to
over
mention,
that.
as long as there was any hope of restoring a neutral approach, or attaining a neutral approach. However, a copy was later given to Dr. James McDonald, an atmospheric physicist at the University of Arizona. He got permission from Saunders to mention the fact to Condon or Lowe that he did have it. I argued against that because I thought we should wait until the last possible.
They must have had working with Curbido and Zorg.
We need to be careful. We'll talk outside.
Worded this, and he exploded, and Condon exploded. Condon fired Saunders and Levine immediately. He stated publicly to the press in a signed press release that they were being discharged for incompetence. They were being discharged for having put out this memorandum. Dr. Condon wrote to the president of the University of Arizona and insisted that he order McDonald to return what he called the stolen papers. The president put it up to McDonald, and McDonald refused. Condon wrote McDonald and again insisted that he return the quote stolen papers, and McDonald said he would refuse to do it. After this time, the men were fired. It was decided to break this out in the open. I had expected to do it through NICAP publications, but I agreed that if they wanted to do it through a big magazine, it was all right. So we gave part of our information to Look, which has the story in the present issue. There's a box statement in there which sums up NICAP's operations and our position. Now, we have never objected to the possibility of a negative conclusion as long as the evidence was being retained. And if it had been, we would have had no complaint at all. But the bad result of all this publicity now is going to be that many people will not only lose confidence in the Colorado project, particularly since Coordinator Lowe is the one drawing up the final report, but they will lose confidence in any officially sponsored investigation from now on. So we have just submitted to the President of the United States all of the evidence I've mentioned and others, including copies of letters from Dr. Condon and Mr. Lowe, and asked him to consider creating a special commission, which would be completely independent of any military or civilian agency. It would be composed of a number of scientists, authorities in various fields, such as
On the last day of August in 1998, a solo hiker was struggling past an unnamed lake deep in the Wind River Range of Wyoming. This hiker was on a 9-day off-trail expedition that would be taking him through some of the most remote terrain in the mainland of the United States, and as if that wasn't already daunting enough, when he arrived at the trailhead, this hiker was greeted by an eerie sign. It was a missing persons poster for a man who had disappeared only a few weeks earlier while covering a nearly identical route through the same mountains. This hiker was undeterred by this, however, and they set out anyways, though they definitely made a mental note to keep their eyes out for anything suspicious. And then, a few days later, this man was making his way along some loose rocks near the shore of a remote alpine lake. There were no trails in this area, and the man probably figured that he was all alone, likely the first person to traverse this lake in months, if not years. But this was not the case, because all of a sudden when the man looked up, he noticed another man about 50 yards away from him just sitting in the rocks. Something seemed off about this man because he was just sitting there completely still. You could even say eerily still. This hiker called out to the sitting man and asked him if he was okay. And to this, the hiker got no response. 3 days later, this very same hiker walked into the Sublette County Sheriff's Office and plopped down a wallet that belonged to Reverend Mike Turner. Mike Turner had vanished while on a backpacking trip in the Wind River Range a few weeks earlier, and it was actually his name that was plastered on the missing person posters at every trailhead in the area. So even though Mike Turner's body had now been discovered, his disappearance remained shrouded in mystery. Well, at least initially. This didn't last very long, because right there next to his body, investigators found his journal. And through that journal, Mike Turner's friends, his family, and eventually the world were able to take a detailed look into the final days of a man who lived and died through every solo hiker's worst nightmare. This is the story of Reverend Mike Turner. All right, folks, I'm not going to lie to you. This story, well, it's pretty up. It's definitely not for the faint of heart, but it's also incredibly unique, even somewhat inspiring, and also certainly morbidly fascinating. So, with that said, together, let's take a trip to the Wind River Range in Wyoming along the Continental Divide. This trip will cost you nothing. It's totally free. In 1998, Reverend Mike Turner set off into the Wyoming wilderness. He had a very ambitious plan. He was going to take roughly 9 days to travel 60 miles through the Wind River Range on a route that was largely off of any established trails. He was also planning to do this route without a hiking partner, completely solo. Well, that is, I guess, unless you consider his dog Andy a hiking partner, because he was bringing along the dog. Mike was far from a beginner backpacker and reportedly felt very comfortable in the outdoors. He had spent numerous nights backpacking in Wyoming, the Sierra Nevada, Rocky Mountain National Park, among many other wild and beautiful places. He reportedly felt close to God when he was in the backcountry, and it seems as though his adventures in the mountains were more than just a good time for Turner. They were essentially a very important part of his spirituality. Prior to his trip to Wyoming, Mike Turner had been a pastor at Boone Memorial Presbyterian Church in Caldwell, Idaho. He had been with the church for 10 years, but during the last few months leading up to his Wyoming trip, he had actually been on sabbatical. And unfortunately, maybe his sabbatical was coming to an end, and so he wanted to finish it off in epic fashion. And for someone adventurous like Mike Turner, that meant traversing the high glaciers, 12,000-foot passes, and untouched alpine lakes all by himself. He even came up with a name for his itinerary, which was Wander in Wonder. The night before his adventure began, Mike Turner took his wife out to a James Taylor concert. And then the next morning, he surprised her with flowers and a handwritten card, which read, quote, "Thank you for letting me live this adventure. Know wherever I am and whatever I'm doing, I'm thinking of you." And with that said, on July 30th, 1998, Mike Turner and his dog Andy hiked into the Wyoming backcountry, eventually settling in for the night at Eklund Lake in Bridger-Teton National Forest. Since Mike Turner was a man of deep thought and frequent reflection, it's no surprise that he brought along a journal with him. I'm not sure if he was one to share his journal entries with others. I feel like it's most likely that these journal entries were only meant for his eyes and his mind. In time, however, the whole world would be reading parts of this particular journal, and this journal would essentially become Mike Turner's final words. On the first night of his trip, Turner relaxed and he pondered God's impact on the natural world and God's impact on Turner's trip through the mountains. He wrote, quote, "You send the winds and the rain, and yet even amidst the deep savagery and destruction of life, I sense your hand. In threatening my comfort, even my life, you challenge me to cope. In beauty and peace, you refresh me, and all of it I need. God bless this trip. May it fulfill your holy purposes." Mike Turner would write similar sentiments over the next 2 days, all the way until day 4 of his trip. Day 4 is when everything fell apart for Reverend Mike Turner. So 9 days go by. 9 days after his adventure had began, Mike's wife was waiting for him to finish, and she was starting to get worried. So their plan was that Mike was going to meet his friends and his family at the Big Sandy Trailhead in Bridger-Teton National Forest, once again 9 days after he had entered the wilderness, which would have put his end date at August 8th, 1998. And to be even more specific than that, he actually planned to get there at noon. But of course, Mike's wife knew that this was wishful thinking. It would be far too difficult to pinpoint an exact arrival time before the trip had even begun. And sure enough, Mike was nowhere to be found when noon rolled around. I'm sure this probably made his wife a bit uneasy, but she was also far from calling in rescue at this point. They actually had a plan B, which was for them to hike in a little bit and meet Mike at Dad's Lake. But as the day went by, Mike failed to show up there at their plan B location as well. The gravity of the situation slowly started to sink in, and Mike's wife began to recall a conversation that she had had with Mike and their daughter before he left. In that conversation, all of them had decided that if Mike didn't arrive by 4 p.m. Sunday, then the authorities would be contacted. Sunday came, and then Sunday went. And sure enough, there was still no sign of Mike. Friends and family waited a bit longer than their agreed upon time, hoping that they would eventually see Mike come stumbling down the trail. But unfortunately, this never happened. And so finally, on Monday, August 10th, 1998, at 10:06 a.m., Mike Turner was officially reported missing. Searchers knew that finding Mike was going to take an absolute miracle. They needed to cover hundreds of square miles of basically untouched wilderness, and they needed to do it fast. Tip Top Search and Rescue, a volunteer search and rescue organization in the area, were called in. They searched on foot, they searched by horse, and they even searched by helicopter. They searched as hard as they could for 2 whole weeks, but by August 23rd, they still hadn't found any trace of Mike Turner, and eventually the active search was called off. But then, 5 days later, something happened that nobody saw coming. On August 28th, Reverend Turner's dog Andy walked out of the wilderness, battered, bruised, and starving, but alive. This renewed the search efforts for Mike as the searchers hoped the dog could lead them in the right direction. And this is reportedly what the dog actually did, although unfortunately, by the time they got the dog out there, it was pretty much too late. On August 31st, a man who was traversing the Wind River Range on a near identical route to Mike Turner's discovered Turner's body near an unnamed alpine lake. Turner was reportedly sitting up with his legs jammed between 2 boulders. The hiker who made this discovery was actually aware of Mike Turner's disappearance because this hiker had seen missing person posters at his starting trailhead, and so he actually grabbed Turner's wallet and continued on through the wilderness to report what he had found. This should give you an idea of how remote this area is, by the way. Mike Turner's body was discovered on August 31st, but it wasn't until September 3rd that the man finally reached the Sublette County Sheriff's Office to report the tragic news. When investigators finally made their way out to Reverend Mike Turner's body, they were greeted by a very depressing sight. Turner's legs had in fact been pinned between boulders, which rendered him completely unable to move. And perhaps even more disturbingly, the injury caused by the boulders was not what led to Turner's death. In fact, he was barely injured by them at all. He just couldn't move. He was 100% trapped. An autopsy actually revealed that the cause of death was hypothermia and dehydration, despite the fact that he was trapped only 30 feet away from a lake. So the overall picture of what happened was becoming clear. But what makes the story of Mike Turner so fascinating is that he actually kept a detailed journal during his ordeal. And so now the world has been able to take a glimpse into the mind of the man's intense struggles with Mother Nature, his inevitable death, and his faith. Through this journal, we're able to learn in excruciating detail the disturbing but also inspiring story of what really happened to Mike Turner. In his journal, he wrote that on day 4, he was hiking through a boulder field above 11,000 feet in elevation, and one of the boulders that he stepped on came loose. In response to this, he quickly jumped to the next one, but he actually fell. And as he did this, the boulder that had come loose moments earlier came tumbling down and trapped his legs. According to his journal, it was a roughly 800-pound rock. One of Mike Turner's close friends said, quote, "When he tried to extricate himself, his legs wouldn't move. They weren't broken, barely even injured, but his feet were suspended in air. He couldn't push them down or pull them up. Sideways motion was equally impossible beyond an inch or so. The 2 boulders had come together in the perfect configuration to form a pair of granite shackles." Mike Turner fought hard to free himself in the immediate aftermath aftermath of what happened. He was carrying a camera tripod, and he actually attempted to use this tripod to pry himself free. He struggled for over an hour, nearly breaking the tripod before he realized that the effort was pointless. And so with this realization, this very scary realization, I'm sure, Reverend Turner opened his journal. About 2 hours ago, a large rock rolled upon me and trapped my legs. I was very careful, be sure of that, but I hurt. I am in your hands, Lord. I don't know what I face. Eventually, Turner realized that his only hope was for someone to come to his aid. And so with that realization, he turned his attention to surviving rather than rescuing himself and freeing himself. There was actually some snow within reaching distance of him, and so he was able to use his stove to melt this snow for drinking water. And since he had his overnight gear with him, he was able to awkwardly insulate himself in order to survive that first night. I'm sure it wasn't comfortable or pleasant, but he did make it through the night, and he wrote this the next morning. I am concerned about first losing my legs, second running out of snow to melt for water and fuel, third hypothermia. My biggest concern is water. I only have 2 quarts left. The irony is that the lake is only 30 feet away. And then in an almost sarcastic tone, but also a very disturbed, he wrote this. It's super disturbing. I am also saving my urine. I wonder how it will taste with crystal light. Mike Turner had to be meticulous about all of his gear because if any of it fell out of reach, it was basically gone for good because he couldn't move. He couldn't go grab it. At this point, he still had a week's worth of food, and he used his tent's rainfly to try and capture some of the rainfall. After he had melted all of the snow within his reach, he tied his water bottle to a rope and tried to his tent's rainfly to try and catch. It was basically gone for good because he couldn't move. He couldn't go grab it. At this point, he still had a week's worth of food, and he used his tent's rainfly to try and capture some of the rainfall. After he had melted all of the snow within his reach, he tied his water bottle to a rope and tried to throw it the 30 feet into the lake in order to grab some more water. Amazingly, it actually almost made it, but it didn't quite make it. It instead fell short of the lake, and it got caught in the rocks, and he wasn't able to get it back. Despite the just incredibly scary situation he was in, Turner was actually initially optimistic about his chances of survival. He wrote, quote, I had dreamed of a special time alone with God, facing the elements, the passes, thinking about my life, the direction of the church, about my family. Indeed, this has been all of those things, only magnified 100 times. When I think about it this way, I believe I will survive smarter or wiser, more thoughtful, more aware of my limits. I do feel confident in my Christian. When I think about it, life, the direction of the church, about my family. Indeed, this has been all of those things, only magnified 100 times. When I think about it this way, I believe I will survive smarter or wiser, more thoughtful, more aware of my limits. I do feel confident in my Christian hope. God will make a way either earthly or heavenly. This optimism, unfortunately, did not last, and you can probably understand why. Mike Turner had now been pinned for days with no sign of help, and this brutal reality was spiritually challenging for even the strongest of believers in God. It became evident in his writing that the Reverend felt abandoned by the very God he had dedicated his life to serving. God is with me, but I am angry with him. Why this terrible injustice? Or is it the product of pride? How am I failing him? Or what does he need me to teach? What is the purpose of this ordeal? Will I ever know or continue to be puzzled, angered, and feel quite abandoned by the one I serve? This would have been the perfect time for another hiker to come along, rescue Mike Turner, and provide a happy ending to this story. But unfortunately, that's not what happened because things only got worse from here. One evening, Mike Turner noticed that he had completely lost feeling in his left leg, and this sent him into a desperate frenzy to free himself. But of course, there was nothing that he could do, and he probably knew this deep down, and ultimately, his struggle trying to save his leg ended with the leg just being trapped even tighter. I cried out and cried out to God, who doesn't seem to care about my suffering, struggling, and pain, and the loss of my left leg. I begged and prayed for some help in moving the rock, but none seemed to come. After either 5 or 6 days, Mike Turner accidentally dropped his journal out of reach while he was shifting around. In a testament to how important documenting his struggle was to him, he was actually undeterred by losing his journal, and he began using anything at his disposal to jot down his thoughts. He was carrying a pocket Bible with him, and he began filling the blank pages in this Bible with his writing. Eventually, he did run out of space there, and at this point, he turned to the margins of the instructions for his stove. Mike Turner eventually became consumed with regret. At one point during his hike, he had actually decided to stray a little bit from his planned itinerary, and he took a different pass through the mountains. And unfortunately, it's on this detour that he became pinned by the boulder. He wrote, quote, I feel so foolish taking this longer pass. So lonely, more than I imagined. Thought I would be found yesterday. Many thoughts, most of church, future for kids, some friends. I love you, Diane, referring to his wife. Terribly sorry for stupid, illegible. So he was obviously in a very bad situation, and, just mentally and spiritually, I mean, this is just really tough. But at some points, Reverend Mike Turner did come to accept his inevitable death. His body was breaking down, and he knew that there was pretty much nothing more that he could do. Rather than questioning God, expressing bitterness and anger, he turned to God, and he turned to him with open arms. Fill me with peace, Lord. May the conditions not deny my love for you. I am ready to die, though missing my family. To live is Christ. To die is gain. I will trust in God, though he will slay me, yet I will trust him. He is the way, the truth, the light. At some point, Turner placed his wedding ring on a rock next to him so that it would not fall off his fingers and get lost. After surviving for 10 days, pinned to the rock the entire time, unable to move, Turner stopped writing in his journal. The last line he ever wrote said, quote, God loves, illegible, love Dad, Mike. So obviously things were different in 1998, but I will note that today, if something similar like this were to happen, if a hiker were to become pinned down or just immobilized in any manner, a satellite GPS with an SOS button could be used to call for help. Again, I'm not really sure if these devices were widely available in 1998. I don't blame Mike Turner for not having one of these, but nowadays I think every hiker should certainly have one. And I think an important takeaway from this story is that not only should you have one of these devices when you go in the backcountry, but you should also pack it in a place that is easily accessible and pack it in a manner where it's not going to fall or become out of reach. Myself and a lot of other hikers will hang it with a carabiner on your shoulder strap. I also want to note something that I'm sure many of you maybe already have pointed out in the comments. This is that if Mike Turner had not been hiking solo, his hiking partner could have either helped push the boulder off of him or gone to summon help, and Turner probably would have survived. It is true that solo hiking, especially off trail in remote areas like this, carries greater risk. Let's be perfectly clear about that. However, a lot of people still choose to do it anyway, and to this point, Mike Turner's wife was actually quoted saying, "We knew an extended solo hike could be dangerous, but I've always believed that to live fully sometimes involves risk. Our Christian faith points us towards a life of courage." So I've mentioned her a few times now. Mike Turner is survived by his wife, and he's also survived by 2 daughters and a...
I got a box. Jamal, I got a box.
On a normal Friday morning in June...
Hey, Desmond. Hey.
Who are you calling? Oh my God.
It looks great.
Who you calling?
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Sonny.
Well,
All right, bye.
Jamal, should we get in this car?
All right, I won't. Goodbye. And bro, you got the manager on speed dial.
I think we should get in this car.
Who the fuck is 50 cal? We gotta get it back in blood. I just got robbed. They forgot to take my phone, bro. Got robbed again. They took my phone this time, though. Oh, who is 50 cal, bro? I feel bad for my dog, 50 cal, bro. What's wrong with 50 cal, bro?
Shit.
Oh,
Are they actually?
oh, 50 cal. Oh,
I didn't even do anything. I just got hit.
Holy shit, what the fuck is happening here, bro?
Sorry to hear.
Am I actually?
Damn, rest in peace, 50 cal, bro.
Wait, am I actually gonna save lives here?
He's right there. Kinda deserved it. Let me put your phone back on you. There you go.
Uh-oh.
I got your phone back, bro. You good?
Driver, pause.
Attack a taco, we'll be right back.
Seating in vehicle. Seating in vehicle. Vehicle has been... Alright.
Cybertruck, go!
You are good to go.
Go.
Go, Cybertruck Hospital!
Hospital. Destination. Ocean.
No!
The Ford F-350 Supermax is currently headed to destination Ocean.
Oh no! Go to destination. Ford F-150 Max, change destination hospital.
Destination changed. F-350 Supermax currently headed to hospital.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Sick.
F-150 Supermax, please make haste.
Shut up, bitch. It's a F-350 Supermax. Don't mess up the name, or I'll take you to the ocean.
No, please.
Say yes,
beg
sir,
you.
Daddy. Take me to the hospital.
Yes, sir, Daddy AI.
Please, Daddy F-350,
Say it after me.
Okay.
Penis.
Penis. 350 Supermax.
What is it, son?
Mr. Supermax. Can I call you Mr. Supermax?
Currently following all traffic laws.
Don't the traffic laws have the stop and go thing?
Yeah.
Would you like me to continue following all traffic protocols?
Sir, Supermax, please break the law. Can you do that? I don't have the manual.
In an F-350 Supermax, you're above the law.
Thank fucking God.
Savior.
Mr. F-350 Supermax, are you a God-fearing citizen of the United States of America?
Penis.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. It's so loud. Yo. I could hang out with this car all day.
Have a job to do? A trailer to tow? Or maybe you need to kidnap dead people, add a senior buns and dump them in the ocean.
Who's gonna take us into the hospital?
F-350 Super Duty can do it all. The Ford F-350 Super Maximum Security Prison, built Ford tough.
Is Mr. Supermax going to drive into the hospital?
Oh, no, Senior Bun, sorry.
You had me really excited. Like, really excited.
What happened here? What happened to you guys?
Yeah, it's just, are you guys all good?
Destination arrived. Welcome to the hospital.
Ford
Hello,
F-3050.
Mr. Ford 350 Supermax, can you please stay here so we can get a ride back to Senior Buds? Please? I got you, buddy. You need some help out of there? Penis. Yeah, I need help, please.
No.
It was his first trip to Boston, he was having lots of luck. He was going the wrong direction down a one-way street in town. And this is what he said when the police chased him down. Give me 40 acres and I'll turn this rig around.
I'll wait for them. I'll wait for them. I'll wait for them. I'll be nice. What's that song that goes? Bum, 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 bum,
The Ford F-350 Super Duty can do it all. Drive around, burn gas, make my divorce better, and most importantly, save lives. When the V8 4.7-liter 475 horsepower engine roars, it speaks like a true American hero. Built Ford tough. Penis. Take a ride in the all-new Ford F-350 Super Duty, equipped with Ford Performance Active Exhaust. With Ford Performance Active Exhaust, your all-new Ford F-350 Super Duty will rumble to life with the voice of a man who lost custody of his children after the divorce. Penis.
Oh, that is a good song. What? I searched Home Depot theme. Home Depot boss battle. Yeah, this doesn't really fit the vibe, but this does. Turn up the bass. Hey, shh. Shut it. You know, I turn this knob. All of that lights.
I'm still down to make money, to be honest. I'm still down.
You truck for looking out for my friends. You're a very nice truck, and I hope you you get this dent taken care of. Okay?
We got 4 people here.
Thank you so much.
Penis.
Did you just say penis?
Penis.
Oh shit, penis. Oh.
Hey, Tyrone.
Why don't you hop on inside the passenger seat and open up the glove box and give it a nice rub?
I want to practice my southern accent, though.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Wait, what's going on? What's going on?
I'm rubbing it hard for you.
What are you doing?
What?
I'm showing my appreciation to helping my friends.
I don't see anybody else.
I appreciate that.
Is this like one of them self-driving vehicles?
This is the new F-350 Super Duty.
Am I going insane?
Really? Can I check this out? I really want to check this out. Holy crap.
I'm
You got,
almost
like-
there. You're
Are
making
these
my engine rev.
Alright,
Do you got like the massaging seats and all that?
Really hard about something to eat.
Just say the word.
Hello, Word.
Mr.
I said it.
Ford F-350 Supermax. I need a ride. Bill Ford tough.
Wait, is Ford Truck Month or is the other one Truck Month? I don't want to.
This is my month, damn it.
Oh shit! I thought it was.
Wait.
I thought it was Women's Month. I didn't realize it's Ford.
Oh wait, are you a truck?
Ford
Are you
month.
a woman truck?
Ford F-350 Supermax. What are your pronouns?
Are you talking like it to it like it doesn't understand English?
Super and duty.
Holy shit!
Oh my goodness!
But I prefer in these parts built /tough.
Okay. Is it like the whole thing? Like we have to say build /tough?
America.
All right,
Yeah,
I think that means yes. I think that means yes.
Hoorah.
Where you ooron?
Now, where would you like to go in a F-350 Super Duty?
Well, where
I thought it was
can't this
Supermax.
thing go?
Would you like to test the limits of the F-350 Super Duty?
Yes, I want to test the limits. Yes,
All new
yes,
2024
yes.
Wait, no, now.
X3000
Oh my God, this is so cool.
Supercharged,
We have to
wait for
Super
50
Crew,
cal, though.
Patriot Superstar, X6000,
Do we?
2X, SPF
Yes.
90, certified tough, 3-dimensional hyperdrive,
Do we really
4000,
know?
XT
Yes.
GCN, 600S.
What is going on?
LB, QB, RB,
Why are you
TE,
calling him 50
OLWR,
cal?
King Ranch
His
Crew Cab,
name is Barrett.
Super Strike, XL 2019, Raptor Limited Platinum, MC Ride Titanium, Penis.
I thought it would have. I thought
So we're
the
waiting
50
for
cal
one
was
more
called Gary.
passenger. Is that correct?
Wait, what?
Are we waiting for one more passenger?
Yes. Ford 350 Super Duty. We are waiting for another passenger.
Just call me Daddy.
Okay, Daddy. Daddy, we are waiting for another passenger.
I wish I had a country
Well,
song,
while
man. It would
we're
be perfect
waiting,
in this.
Yeah, if
My
only you
back
could-
rear
if only you
tire
knew
is
how to
looking a
sing
little
country.
low. It could be pumped up with some air if you don't mind.
Okay. Wait, I don't have an air pump.
Is this super bad?
Use your mouth.
Oh,
I do. Which one?
okay.
Bag.
Wait, back right?
Well, you do that one. I'll do this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll hit it from both sides.
Damn.
Yeah, both sides I prefer. Now use your mouth and blow me.
Slime.
I don't mind a little dirt.
What makes a
Oh my gosh.
Ford F-350? Is it the 350 horses under the hood? Is it the 350 miles
How about
you
that
can
thing
go with
grease
every
the
fill up?
Pangea?
Or maybe it's my ex-wife Cheryl's 350-pound ass behind the wheel of my
Why does
brand
spit
new
at me
truck.
now? What the hell?
I want to see the kids again, Cheryl. And I want my truck back.
All right,
I mean,
tires are
I
looking
think
good.
he's-
Hop on in to
Okay.
F-350 Super Duty,
Okay.
and we'll begin our adventure
He said duty.
after everybody
Yeah,
says, fuck Cheryl. That's my
Fuck
ex-wife.
Cheryl.
Fuck Cheryl.
Whoever Cheryl is.
You want to test the limitations of the F-350 Super Duty?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
Then buckle up
Let's
and
do
relax
this.
in a
This
fine
is the
leather
moment.
interior.
This is when we lay it all on them.
How
Get
you
them out.
hoorah?
Feeling the cool breeze of
This
the
is
night
America.
air against their
It's time
faces.
to take
yeah.
this to the
Then they'll
max.
be ready to hear about my
Super
divorce.
Max.
Fuck you, Cheryl. Penis.
Okay.
Maybe don't go
No, it's
to
more like
Supermax.
Duramax.
I'm changing it. I'm increasing it because you guys are
Yeah,
interrupting the
actually,
RP. That's why I increased it last time. It needs a breather.
Oh, buddy.
Whoa.
Hey, does anybody have food?
I got like a fry.
Can I have a fry, please?
Say it
Ooh,
with me
you
on
eat
three.
inside the car?
1,
Ain't no way.
2, 3.
I somehow got it in the glove box.
Penis.
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 All right, let's go. Time to
This
take
car
this
sounds like he
to the
eats
next level.
boiled peanuts instead of gasoline.
But before we go anywhere, this F-350 Super Duty needs to fill up on some diesel.
This truck kind of sounds like he fracks his own oil.
True.
With the F-350 Super Duty, you can do just about anything, including fracking your own oil.
You know-
Holy shit.
You know, I hate to say this.
Damn.
I do apologize for correcting you, but you don't frack for oil, you frack for natural gas.
Frack these nuts in your mouth.
Yeah.
There you go.
I be fracking my shit.
With
I
the
got oil on
F-350
my shit.
Super Duty 2024 edition, comedy protocols have been installed into the computer.
Okay.
I like that.
Oh, shit. There's only octane. Can I put octane in the gas tank, Mr. Daddy?
You can put just about anything to fill me up.
Okay.
You know what?
Off?
I think he's off, but you're about to get him on.
Okay.
He fill him up.
Yeah, I need him to be off.
All right, I have to ask you a question. Why are you guys here?
You just gotta fill up his holes.
Why are you watching me RP as a truck?
I'd be glooping this shit. Oh, speaking of which, what are you gonna do about that? I heard about that at the city council meeting. What? That you got glorped or some shit. I'm a slime guy now. I'm just a bit slimy, you know?
Oh, yeah, he is. We fought the other night, and he was so slick and slimy.
Let me hit F-350.
Hop on in.
Hell.
Yippee!
I
Time
want
to
to know,
test out the
though,
limits.
Can I fall in love?
I mean, if a person can fall in love with a machine, then a machine can fall in love with a person.
Or maybe you can fall in love with another truck, and you can make like little truck babies.
Ever since my bout with Chevrolet, Cheryl for short, I don't think I'd ever find love again. Do you think it's possible?
You know,
but I thought we started the whole thing with
Time
fuck
heals
Cheryl.
all, repairs all crashes.
I was gonna say time.
There's more cars
Time
on the
always
highway.
heals and mends broken hearts, buddy.
I appreciate that.
You'll still have that scar on your heart, but it will be mended. And one day you'll find a beautiful, beautiful looking truck, a crew cab truck, and she did gorgeous, and she will fix that heart for you, Bubba.
I just want some Trussie in my life, you know.
Type shit.
So do I.
Hey, shit. Everyone needs some of that from time to time.
I need slushy. And
you need slushies?
No, I need
Anyways,
slushies.
let's test the limitations of the F-350 Super Duty, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it, sir. Yeah, let's do it, Chuck.
Limit break.
Do it, Daddy.
I want to get one of these trucks for Christmas.
With
Santa Claus is my
0%
best friend.
APR, you could have this right now if you like.
Oh,
How
really?
much? How much do these trucks go for?
Wow, that's a lot.
It's a lot of money, cause you can't even put it into words.
That's crazy. So, like, where's the truck going?
He's
No, we're
testing the limits of
We're
himself.
testing the limits.
You want to see how far I can go? How high I can reach?
Okay. Now we understand where he's going.
I'm going to Cheryl's house.
Oh, Cheryl's house.
Hey.
They're going to
Okay.
Mount Chili Dad.
Chili Daddy.
Mount
Who's
Chili
your
Dad.
chili daddy?
My Chili Daddy.
Do I just play this
is,
song on repeat?
Me, I am everybody's Chili Daddy.
No.
Yes, I am.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That would be adoption fraud.
Well, that's
Oh,
that's one of the
Go up
nicknames
that
that my dad had. It was Chili Daddy.
Did he make chili a lot? Or did he die on a mountain?
No, he made chili all the time, actually.
What?
My dad only knows how to make skyline chili.
Can play some
Smile.
Black Keys, Gold on the Ceiling. Well, I'm driving right now, so I can't.
That's cool.
Did you know with the F-350 Super Duty, it has over 750,000 horsepower to it.
Holy smokes, it's a lot of
Damn.
horses.
With 0% APR and 100% ERP.
Oh shit!
Wait,
Holy shit!
Penis.
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 Is that like the
Tristy?
is saying penis like Netflix? Are you still watching?
I think it's just one of those phrases that gives it power.
Penis.
Oh, like chance
Like it
and
runs off.
Jujutsu
Like it
Kaisen.
runs off penis power.
Whoa.
What if he-
Horsepower? No. Penis power.
Penis power.
That's what they mean in the video games when they say, you know, like we are your Pokemon and they had their abilities and it runs off PP. That's what it stands for.
Nah, I truck.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't turn very well. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not really good. What's the safety rating on this?
You'll find out soon enough.
What is the
I wonder
police
if they
protocol?
got like Hank Hill to do the voiceover for the AI. I wonder if we can get him to say, "God damn it, Bobby."
Oh, that'd be so cool. Wait, do you have different voices?
I thought there was a tractor here.
Only
I hope
one
so.
voice is needed.
Oh, can we find hard drives across the city that have different voices? Is it like a
is there like
collectathon?
different voice packs?
How much? What's a good like?
But
Does he have like the? Wait, can he do like the Homer Simpson?
I think he just said that he only have one, and he only.
Well,
need
no,
one.
we could probably pay for them.
Ooh, that'd be
from
so cool.
Ford, right?
New update. There are multiple voices available. Would you like to sample one of the new F-350 Super Duty voices?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Please, Daddy. Yes, please.
Pick a
Yes,
number
Daddy.
between 1 and 3,535.
8.
Ooh.
Ooh, 69. I have to go with that one.
69 is pretty funny.
Starting with number 8. Number 8 voice installed. Number 8 voice booting up.
Ooh, I hope it's what do you guys think it'll be?
Hey, it's me.
What the heck? It
Welcome to
sounds
the
the same.
F-350 Super Duty.
Did I pay for this?
Maybe
is
maybe
number-
that original
is
was number 8.
the factory
Would you
one?
like a different voice sample?
Yeah, 69.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
69, please.
Yeah, do 69.
Voice sample 69. Installing.
I hope this one is Barney.
Voice sample 69 installed. Booting up now.
I'm so excited.
Wonder what's gonna be.
Hi, welcome to the F-350 Super Cab.
Is that Barney?
Holy shit.
Oh, that was me.
What
Sorry,
the hell?
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Oh,
Oh man.
oh
I thought
man.
for a second the truck was going to
How's it
say they
going?
loved us.
It's me.
What?
These samples kind of.
Yeah, these
Okay,
sample
I think-
packs
I think we
suck.
have to pay for them.
Voice sample 60.
Wait, what?
What?
60.
Wait, what?
Hey yo.
Huh?
What just happened?
60.
Let me
There's a
take
lot
you on
about
top
that
of this
ERP
mountain.
shit.
Is that the pack? Is that the sample?
That's the sample right there. That's how we do
Passing
it.
by these
Is
hard
that just
rocks,
like
I
it-
bet you guarantee when you ride this F-350 Super Duty, you're going to have a hard cock.
I've had one the whole time.
So, like, does it just end every sentence with that? Is that the voice pack?
That's the
No,
voice
it
pack.
doesn't.
What? Wait, it does though.
What does it sound like? A
Wait,
mating
it
turtle
actually
almost.
does.
With an F-350 Super Duty, you never know what to expect.
Oh, I guess it was done during the voice pack. Oh,
No, it was just
Wait,
a name.
Wait, do we have is there like a grinder voice pack? So we could do some like sanitation runs?
Grinder voice pack. Searching for Grinder voice pack.
Oh.
Downloading Grinder voice pack.
Oh, I don't even have to pay for it. Let's go.
Yo.
I don't have enough money.
Installing
grind.
Grinder voice pack.
Oh, shit.
Chat,
Oh, shit.
I'm very sorry for what is about to happen.
Well, at least it stopped doing that other sampled voice.
Implementing Grinder voice pack now.
Oh, I hope it's so good.
Be great, dude.
Turn down your volume. This is your warning.
Is it okay?
I think it's downloading it. Or, well, no, it's installing. It's installing. Whoa, what a precarious place to
Wait,
park.
so like while the truck's
Yeah.
installing, is it move? Because I feel like we're slowly going backwards.
F350 Super Duty Grinder voice pack installed. Welcome everybody. This is the Grinder voice pack for the F350 Super Duty. I'm now going to take you to the top of the mountain to test how limited we might be. Hold on tight.
He sounds just like every grinder I ever talked to.
Yeah, it does. Holy shit.
I can only do about 10 words per hour. I'm already reaching my limit before I have to stop talking and focus on making money.
Oh shit! I bet that grinder voice is one of those ones that worked 120 hours in a week.
I think he needs to be put on a 40-hour work week.
I
And
agree.
can't work at night.
Cannot work at night.
I'm going to work as long as I want. You understand me? I'm going to work as long.
No, you're not.
No. Yeah, that's
Oh
definitely a
my
grinder.
God.
That's
The
definitely a
government
grinder.
told
you no.
I'm changing back, guys.
Speaking
the only
of
thing
which,
you can do at night is work at Senor Buns and get robbed there every night.
Yo,
Yeah.
same.
Get
I
robbed
was-
there doing hunting.
Unless this truck can tow.
The only thing the F350 Supermax can't tow is your mom.
Oh, fuck.
Damn.
Oh,
Or
the
can it?
the sample pack ended.
Kind of glad.
Is
It's
there
called
another
a
sample
sample
pack?
for a reason.
Oh,
50 gallons! 50 gallons!
Oh no!
And that's what you get for messing with the F350 Super Duty's voice
Oh, no, he's
pack.
going down.
Oh no! He's still going. He's still going.
Uh-oh.
He's probably okay though,
Oh,
right?
he's down there.
F350 Super
Oh my
Duty.
God!
Please, help him.
But like safely.
You want me to save him?
Yeah, can you do it as unsafe as possible so we all die?
All right, I guess it's really time to test the limits,
Wait,
boys.
I don't want to
Should
die.
we say a prayer?
Yeah,
In order
I'll
to
say a prayer.
save him, we have to get to the high ground.
Okay.
Yeah, that way we can properly see where he landed, right?
Well, we can see from there, but... Poor 50 go.
He just got back from the hospital too.
Stairs are
And who's
nothing for
this?
the F350 Super Duty.
I want to hire you as my.
And so, is one in the heart
there's
of
a lady
woman.
up here. Hey, are you Cheryl?
No.
Wait, are you?
Wait, are you Cheryl? Holy shit, this is Cheryl, guys.
That ain't
Cheryl's
Cheryl.
lying.
Cheryl, I'm
That's
not
Laura
Hey,
Croft.
Cheryl.
Whoa!
What the fuck?
Hi, Laura.
Hello,
Wait,
Laura
there
Croft.
ain't no tombs out here.
No, what are you raiding then?
Sorry?
She's raiding houses. That's what she's doing.
Oh shit!
She's not a tomb raider. She's a house raider.
Would you like to
Whoa.
hop in the F350 Super Duty and give its limitations a test?
I'm not leaving my car behind.
Oh, you have a truck?
Do you have a car?
You have a truck?
Oh, no, it's a Seminole.
Where is it?
It's just down this way.
Kill.
What? Cool. Okay.
Wrong brand. Kill truck.
Wrong brand.
Guys, this might be the love of my life.
Semi?
Oh my goodness.
Where's the car? Where's the Sentinel?
Semi-Nole?
If I can't
guys.
have her, nobody can.
Guys, I hate to be that guy, but every second we're wasting is a second that 50 cal's dying.
Hey. Ma'am, I want you to take a look at the power of an F-350 Super Duty.
Wait, do we have to penis power it? Like,
Penis.
do we all gotta say penis? Penis.
But we're going the opposite way of 50 cal.
No, the truck, no, penis.
50 cal.
Penis.
Oh no, penis.
We're testing the limits. Truck, are you okay? We're fine though, right?
Where's Truck 2.0? We need to fix the glitches.
How are we still going?
Oh my god!
Oh no!
We're okay! Holy shit! Are you guys good? Hello? We're just like out on the mountain with this really cool truck. And it's like, I don't know what's happening. No, we're stuck on the mountain. F-350.
What are we?
F-350, no, we can't lose you. Is there a chip? Is there? Hang on, it's getting worse. I'm staying you. Is there a chip?
I need to play a sad
Fly
song.
Road. Fly Road, help me find a chip.
Saddest country song.
Is he gonna be okay? Help me find the AI chip. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. No, he's gonna die. He's gonna die, Ben. Hang on. Ben, we need to find the Let me chip. try helping We him. need to find the chip. Oh my god. We need to find the chip. No. Ford's gonna sue us. John Ford is gonna come after us.
We just lost the prototype. This is not good at all.
Guys, it's... Maybe the chip just fell somewhere. Get out of there. Can we pull out the AI chip? The AI is still going. He's just burping forever. Someone call him Daddy. Daddy, please. Daddy, are you still there, Daddy? I'm trying to take out as much. Oh. How about now? Is he okay?
Oh. It's fixed. Cool.
Sick. Good thing I
I
carried
never
it.
needed fixing.
Oh shit. Oh my
Come on,
bad.
Fly Road.
Oh, I do not want to be back. Nope.
Are you sure? Oh no.
No, Fly Road.
No, wait for Fly Road.
Wait for Fly Road, Daddy.
Hold on. Don't
Just
move,
hop
Daddy.
in from the back.
Now, where were we?
Oh, we were testing your limits, sir. Hey, is there a Ford manual in the glove box?
No manual needed.
Oh fuck. Is there a Ford? I need to extract. In case of this happening again, I need to extract the AI chip to give to John Ford.
Wait, you know him?
No chip needed.
Oh, no chip.
Shit.
Okay. Now we're just at the lumberyard. I think 50 Cal's dead though.
Yeah, where is he?
Oh no, there go the ambulance. I think he got picked up.
Oh, I think he's fine. Maybe. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he's not.
Maybe he did.
Hey. What about this voice pack thing? Is there any more voice packs?
Wonder who got a senpai one.
Do you have an anime voice pack?
I want to hear Samurai Jack.
No, I think we should stick with the AI voice pack one. Maybe like Naruto or something.
Holy shit!
Sorry,
it's our truck.
It's our truck. It's not us.
Go ahead and buy yourself an F-350 Supermax today.
Wait, was this just a big ad?
Can I?
It's really just a big ad.
Is this just a big ad?
Wait, yeah, are we on? Wait, is this being filmed right now? What's happening?
Ponzi scheme.
Can I ask y'all a favor?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
This man refuses
What up?
to
How you
talk
doing,
to
baby?
us, and we need bullets. I'll give you the cash if you can buy us some bullets.
Yeah, hang on.
don't know.
I'll see if he'll talk to me.
I don't know.
Get
Hey,
out
it's Sonny.
and buy yourself a Ford F-350
Yeah, so he's trying
today.
to talk to me. I
Damn.
just don't have any cash monies on
Goddamn
me.
ad AIs.
Get out of here!
All that's wrong with this one, if you're looking, you're in luck. I need a new truck. Yeah, I need it right now. Not tomorrow, not next week. Can't take another red light with a memory over in that seat. If I find one more hair tie that slipped off her wrist, one more chapstick, one more picture, I might push it off a bridge. I need one she ain't climbed up in, that ain't played her favorite songs. Need some glass that we ain't fogged up, that her bare feet.
Oh my God.
I need a hug that we ain't laid on, kiss until that sun came up. That's all that's
Why can't I hide
wrong
map?
with this one. If you're looking, you're in love. I need a new truck.
Whatever.
No, I didn't wreck it, but it might as well be. Sitting on blocks of some old shop the way that girl rigged me. I need one she ain't climbed up in, that ain't played her favorite songs. Need some glass that we ain't fogged up, that her bare feet ain't been on. I need a hug that we ain't laid on, kiss until that sun came up. That's all that's wrong with this one. If you're looking, you're in love. I need a new truck. Yeah, I need a new truck. Yeah, I need a new truck.
Penis.
Wishing you come sweeping in the way you did before. And I wonder if I ever crossed your mind. For me it happens all the time. It's 1:15. I'm a little drunk and I need you now.
All right, guys. I don't know why you were here, but did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy that? All right, well, folks, we now have to shift the content. So, we have to do a sponsor now. Am I single? You're really going to ask that question after I just spent the past, like, hour or two role-playing as a truck? I want you to really think about what you just asked there. I am in my room, alone, in the darkness, at 11:39 p.m. Role-playing as a Ford F-350 Super Duty just to say penis. Because that's what you voted for. Now, because I did something for you, if you guys could do something for me and play the play the sponsored game on PC, very simple. We're gonna play it. We're all gonna pog out of our minds, okay? Can we do that? Please? I'm also going to change. Tangia is now back to 100 biddies, so you can be as annoying as you want. I do not care. But we have to do this, so... no, we don't have to. I want to. I'm insanely excited to play this with you guys. All right? I cannot wait. Who is excited right now? Because I am excited. Also, if you stick around and you play along with me, there might be marbles at the end, or possibly more RP afterwards.
I'm kind of like torn between should I have broken off the chains?
Good. I do have you
when it's like,
with an IV, and I got you on a seat collar and a backboard. We're going to get you slowly loaded into
I feel like it was better to go for the chase.
No, that would be beans. Oh, excuse me. And she said egg. I don't know if she's okay. She might not make it.
She's going to make it.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Who says egg like
I don't know. I'm low-key triggered over the,
Alice.
transparently, there's no backup, and then you have, like, motherfuckers asking why there's a solo chase with a fucking wrench.
I don't know. Just don't die.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, motherfucker, like, what do you...
Don't
like,
give us your... Don't die when you're dead. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I working?
Any threatening?
Or her with? Us? Have a look around. We don't have much time before people will be coming through here.
What is? It's a ribbon. There's some kind of symbol here.
Huh. I don't recognize.
Snagalajmiga abele gluži, kā svētajā raugus. Nepiesauc, nepasauc mani vēl. Ir augusts. Vēl brīdi dārzā starp vībotnēm stāvēt, tad projām doties. Pierudens kā akmens vēsa piekļaut vaigu un atdzīvoties. Gaisu un lēnīgu skatu dālijā manī pēras. Zaļā boli abelei brončos kā matei ķeras. Pierudens piekļauties cieši un sajust dzīvību plūstam. Abuelā sēkliņā dēļiņos manos sāpīgi sūstam. Zemes dzīvība, puķes nāve pār plecu man raugas. Nepiesauc, nepasauc mani vēl, ir augusts. Smagā laimīgā abelē gluži kā svētajā raugos. Nepiesauc, nepasauc mani vēl, ir
하나 둘 매일매일이 잿빛이더라고 뱅이 돌듯이 빙빙 돌더라고 어른이라는 따분한 벌레들이 야금야금 꿈을 좀 먹더라고 나는 자라겨운 애가 되겠지 우리 자라난 어른이 될 테니 억지로라도 웃어야지 하는데 그럼에도 좀 울적하더라고 어제와 오늘의 온도가 너무 달라서 이 행운이 만들어졌네 내 목에 줄 세게 생각 위로 풀었지 빈틈도 없
Get it? Text a message, I don't know the number. Flexing on these niggas, every bone and muscle. Steady.
Hey, Pam, man. There you go. Man, that nigga been standing there in the same goddamn spot slanging that shit for about downtown, man.
I'ma put cocaine in your ass. I'ma put cocaine in your ass. I'ma put cocaine in your ass. I'ma put my dick in your ass. Put a molly in the ass. Put a molly in the ass.
I just popped the molly. Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean man, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip. Ocean man, we crossed the tan man and by the sand, soaking up the thirst of the land. Ocean man.
Yeah, 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 Yo, get it twisted. This rap shit is mine, motherfuckers. Fucking game. Fuck what you heard. It's what you hearing. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. It's what you hearing. Listen. X gon' give it to you. Fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you. Knock, knock, open up the door, it's real. With the non-stop pop out and stainless steel. Go hard, getting busy with it. But I got such a good heart that I make a motherfucker wonder if you did it. Damn right, and I do it again. Cause I am light, so I got to win. Break bread with the enemy.
Know me, still the same OG, but I've been. If y'all don't
It's not unusual to be loved by
They turn away.
Yeah, homie. I thought we told you. We been fucking local. Cypress Hill, D12, bitch. I'm a little bit off the chain. Call
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but doesn't never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to cheat the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
Welcome back to
It's the 10 crack commandments. Wow. Man can't tell me nothing about this coke. Can't tell me nothing about this crack, this weed, my hustling niggas. Niggas on the corner. I ain't forget you niggas. My triple B niggas.
I guess it's my turn now. Smoke loud, I'm a lonely clown. I'm a lonely clown with my windows down. I'm a lonely, be the only hope I got left. Blessed without success. Fuck stress, I'm gonna trust the best. I'm nervous that she's upset. She don't want me, bitch, I'm flustered. I'm the aristocrat without the progress. Roses all in her wedding dress. Blood from my mouth, I'm a mess. Alien face everywhere I go. Downtown, bitch, that's where I smoke. Got my heart next.
honing in on you. If I was young, it didn't stop you coming through. They took the credit for your second symphony, rewritten by machine on new technology. And now I understand the problems you could see. I met your children. What did you tell them? Video killed the radio star. Video.
You and I in a little toy shop, buy a bag of balloons with the money we've got.
The upgrade to
over and see if this individual in the back matched the description.
He not
with,
even wearing. He weird. He don't even got a shirt on.
Well,
that's
I mean,
crazy.
yeah,
No
hoodie or nothing. Cuz.
No hoodie. He don't even got a shirt on.
Well, no, that was
What you
part of
mean?
the.
Hey, the first time.
Listen,
OG,
I'm just
the first
telling you what
time,
happened,
OG.
all right?
First time I tried to make money legal way, cuz.
Yeah.
Look at this
well,
bullshit.
They give you money back at least? They
Was
take
your
your money,
money
right?
taken?
No, they didn't take shit from me, cuz.
Okay.
All right.
We shouldn't take any money. Well, now he was all examining my bills and shit, touching my
Yeah.
money. I'm like, bro, like, can I live? Like,
Yeah. Just out of
right,
curiosity, just like, for my own knowledge, y'all want to get robbed over here? Just
what?
You don't want to
Who the
get
fuck wanna
robbed
get
over
robbed,
at
cuz?
Why would we want to get? What are you talking about?
Well, you wouldn't want to get robbed, right? Because we're responding to robberies down here at the Fur Factory.
No, what you was doing is you were doing.
No,
is
that's what we're
responding-
doing. So I'm just trying to like weigh a little bit.
No,
like,
you were
do
responding
you want us
to a 911
responding
call.
to robberies.
You were responding to a 911 call that initiated here about a different location. But it took 10 minutes for y'all to realize that detail that I told you over and over and over.
There's been multiple robberies here.
Then I don't know. I don't. Just,
ain't got shit.
Are you? Do you know? Do you have any other further information as to who?
That's what I gave to officers, and then we was in cuffs sitting here.
I got you.
And that was that.
What was
That's
the
what we know.
description?
Of what?
The description that you gave the other officers.
I didn't get. There was no description to give.
I got you.
just knew that
Okay.
someone was getting
So-
robbed at the meat jump because the girls that was in here before us,
Yeah.
they got a call saying that people were getting robbed at the meat joint.
I did not go, yeah. And then told everyone else I was there. Everyone left except us because we were like,
So then y'all probably saw the 911, said, "Oh my God, we got a 911 right here. Let's go there," and not read the 911 call that clearly states people are getting routed to meat place.
And you are okay. Look, there's at least two separate groups that are currently robbing individuals. Why y'all were detained, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Now
All right.
it was
All
a bit of mistaken identity, which I'm
It's
not
crazy.
going to get too deep into why that mistaken identity was made. And it's not what you're sort of kind of alluding to, though. But you're very much dressed like another suspect, down from the shirtlessness to the color of the bandana on your arm down to the color of the
that's
shoes.
crazy.
Down to the hairstyle.
What?
Yeah.
So you tell me there's just somebody else that looks just
That
like
is
him.
right.
Just like me, cuz.
That wasn't
right.
Just like me, cuz.
You got
Well,
a twin.
Yeah.
With that, I'm gonna ask that obvious question.
How do
I'll
I
be free
know
to
how
go.
it's not him?
No, because I don't even want to hear that. Because I'll shit
right.
myself. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a good answer, to be honest. I think.
What, he smelled different than the other guy? What?
No,
what- look
he's
at
got
the-
a different demeanor in talking. You can tell the
different
difference.
demeanor.
between- Yeah,
How
he's
would you
got a-
know his demeanor from?
Well, because
he
I
wasn't
just
even on the-
I just spoke to him and I spoke to the other individual.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh, that's wait.
That got robbed?
What the fuck the difference in the demeanor, cuz?
I mean, do you want?
Nah.
Oh shit!
Nah, look at this. Y'all are so goofy. Look, y'all are so goofy, bro. Y'all are so goofy. This is literally the dude again. Look at him. It's them again. The people who are robbing people.
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Listen, look, I would disagree with you, but listen, you're not entirely wrong. All right. All right. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Yeah.
Can we go?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
you
much
guys
you get paid?
Good, a decent amount. I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose that. Yeah.
Where you be patrolling that and shit? You be patrolling everywhere and shit?
Yeah, we're all over.
All right.
Factory, though. I know that. Not the meat factory.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm gonna get back out there.
All right.
Yeah,
Best of luck
get
to
out
you.
there, man. Yeah, protect and serve, man.
Thank
Get
you
out
for
there,
your
man.
compliance.
All right, go find more people that look like me, cuz.
Get out there, man.
Listen, have you considered like maybe changing your clothes or something?
No, I ain't
He's
changing
not
my
wearing
fucking thing. You
clothes.
change your
What you
clothes,
mean?
cuz.
Wait, he's got pants on. You don't see his
You
dick
changing your
flopping
clothes,
around.
cuz? You changing your clothes?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you match the description
you
of someone
changing your
running around
clothes,
with a wrench
That ain't
attacking
got
individuals.
shit to do with me, cuz. I got a knife.
Right. So when you wake up, do you like put your clothes on based on who you think may or may not be doing crimes
I don't
out there
know.
in the real
It's-
world?
yeah,
No, you don't.
I mean, now you
I don't
know.
think. Oh, I can't wear a black hoodie today because other people might wear black hoodies and commit crimes. What the fuck does that mean, bro? What? What is
I
it?
personally, I would.
Okay,
I mean,
so
if
then
a
I gotta,
black hoodie was
I gotta
like
talk to
representing.
everybody. What is it? It represents
I
nothing.
mean, there's newspapers.
I'm gonna put a black hoodies in the city.
Yeah.
I'll just make sure I find out what everybody's wearing before I
Listen,
wake up.
I hate to break it to you guys, but profiling is a real thing.
Yep. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
Well aware of
I
that.
ain't had some money to grab. Cuz.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, good. All right, we ready to go, good.
Yeah, officer, you be blessed.
Y'all were good to go for a
your
while.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You take care. Change your clothes, all right? Put on a shirt, maybe.
All right, fuck you.
All right. You take care now.
Yeah, fuck you, good.
I don't even know what that was.
Holy fucking shit show. Holy fucking shit show, bro.
Dispatch 164, 10-8.
No, that wasn't him, man. Chat, I am genuinely just like absolutely dumbstruck. Oh my god. I need to be on duty more. I feel like I need to be on duty more, man. I'm just like, holy fuck. Those poor, oh my lord. No, I can't. I need alcohol. Yeah, profiling has nothing to do with the race. I mean, listen, I don't think anyone did anything wrong. I mean, the fact that that guy matches this description down to the T is fucking amazing. Oh, fuck. All right, Knight, you got this. You got this, Knight. All right, hang in there. Just a little bit longer. All right, get some food, get a drink. Drink that, drink down. Do I have a drink? I don't have a drink. Oh, I have one right here. Okay, drink it down. Holy shit. How did the vehicle I called out 3 times on the radio with the guy wearing the monkey mask, how were they?
$113 from 164. Did you need your vehicle repaired?
Yeah, around after.
Lenny Hawk.
Dispatch 676.
To the site. No, you don't need a filter with this mask. It's got a built-in one right here. You can't replenish it or replace it.
I need to take a piss.
Go. Unfortunately, he has pissed his pants during the storm. We'll get the boot. Miss Rebel, Kyle, Aronis, Casey. That's all the mega support. Ooh. Hey, I've got to piss.
Back.
Hey, back. All right, let's go.
You got a cook for the pyro?
No. Hold on. You need ammo?
I need a scope. I need an alco, like cope. Is good for?
Yes.
Look, take. It's a trade.
Ooh. Nice, dude. I like trades.
I can hear something outside, Walton.
I like trades a lot. I'll open it for you. Get ready. Oh, dude, nice. Here, why don't you make that improvised suppressor? There's the tape.
Oh yeah. Some, I got some. You can have. You can save your tape. I got.
I got it. Thank you. Well, you picked the spot, dude. I'll get you up to a snipe spot. I got the rangefinder.
Yep.
You got any spot in mind? Maybe higher up on the
People
hill?
really like to camp. Yeah.
What's
They
that?
really like to camp over here.
Yeah. I'll follow you. You scope it out.
You want to scope?
No. I said I'll follow you.
You got more experience, bro.
No. Okay. I'll take you to a snipe spot I like. Let's go. Let me just scope it out from here real quick, see if you spot any movement down at those barracks.
Now, authorities are reinforcing the breakup message with new tough restrictions designed
What are
to
they
discourage
doing?
visitors, including 6 p.m. beach closures, $100 flat fee parking, DUI checkpoints, and bag searches. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is backing the effort to shut down spring break.
We welcome people to come and have a good time. What we don't welcome is criminal activity. What we don't welcome is mayhem and people that want to wreak havoc.
There are some that are saying that there may be a fact that they're trying to keep black beachgoers from going. That's a critic.
Ooh, that's no bueno.
But the police are denying that, telling Inside Edition, we police conduct, not color. The new rules are already having an impact.
Wait, the guy said what?
There are some that are saying that there may be a fact that they're trying to keep black beachgoers from going. That's a critic.
Ooh, that's no bueno.
But the police are denying that, telling Inside Edition, we police conduct, not color. The new rules are already having an impact.
If you plan on coming to Miami Beach for spring break, don't do it. It's not exciting to be down here, and they're stopping literally everybody for anything.
Will Miami Beach and spring break ever get back together?
Maybe we can talk when you're done with your spring break phase, but until then.
What a cringe ad, though. What the fuck? That is insane. What the fuck was that? It's not. Yeah, it's not like I leave the house. It doesn't.
This grandmother got quite a shock when a SWAT team with guns drawn showed up at her house. Turns out they had the wrong house. And talk about bad timing. She had just gotten out of the shower and was still in her bathrobe. Now, as Les Trent reports, the city has to pay up.
A heavily armed SWAT team surrounds a house. They're looking for a dangerous truck thief. He's believed to possess an arsenal of automatic guns and ammunition. What they didn't expect to find inside the Denver house was a 78-year-old grandmother. There she is. She has just taken a shower. She's still wearing a bathrobe and hair bonnet.
Do you have anything on you not supposed to? Any guns or knives?
What? So nobody else is in the house, ma'am?
No, nobody else is in the house.
Any guns or knives? Bro, I get the doing procedure, dude, but brother.
Ruby Johnson is in complete disbelief.
Oh yeah, my bad, I'm out of the shower, man. I got this fucking Glock 19. What's up? Like, what the fuck?
I mean, I see stuff like this on the movie, but I didn't think it ever happened.
The SWAT team moves in and begins their search. You can hear the shower still running. They rip the lock off a storage unit and find a Christmas tree. They use a battering ram to burst into the garage. Again, nothing. And while the elderly homeowner sat in the back of the patrol car, her house was searched top to bottom. But here's the kicker. The SWAT team was at the wrong house. Her son, Greg Brunson, says his mom is still too rattled to talk.
What did she tell you happened?
She didn't know. She was so confused. She was very upset with the whole situation, very emotional. She was crying. I had to try to calm her down.
He said she tried to stay calm.
She wanted to be nice to the officers. She did not want to get hurt.
Now a jury has awarded Mrs. Johnson $3.76 million.
Definitely putting a smile on her, and we're hoping that the healing process can begin.
The SWAT team was searching for a stolen truck that contained 6 guns and an iPhone. The Find My Phone app had pinged near the house despite it having no connection.
Wait, I'm surprised they didn't give her like a cash settlement before going to trial. A fucking jury trial for this shit? Oh, no.
No connection with the grandmother. The Denver Police Department declined to comment.
Oh, that's a fucking disaster. But I wonder how they... I'm just wondering how they fucking they articulated this to get $4 million. Like, emotional trauma and shit and like the whole wazoo? That's fucking busted. That sounds insane. Right. I mean, yeah, home damages for sure, but like... I mean, didn't look that bad. For $4 million. Bro, she could rebuy her house like, probably like 7 times. Alright. Chat, yes, are you sure, chat? Yes, it's gonna be Hold on. It's just a 3 a.m. I'll check. You should have told me then. Maybe yesterday was 3 a.m., but it's now it's refixed. It's in 10 minutes. Let me ask Buddha.
XQCL much love less than 3.
But is it gonna be 3 a.m. and 2 p.m. every day now? Oh, look at community posts.
Drop the top, pop it, let it bang. For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main. Eminem, sweet like candy cane.
You guys, I don't even know, I'm confused.
Jump inside, jump straight to the lake. Take a sip.
I can't again, but guys, I have nothing on my account. I withdrew everything. Look, I have, hold on, I have 100. What are the odds? Are like 1 out of like 6 million. Oh, that's terrible. Small bet because it's a super feature buy-in. They keep losing their battles. What the fuck is this bonus? This is disgusting. They keep losing their battles. This is so stupid. This is over. I'll wait till the server starts in a minute. Alright, ready? They're just shredding money. Roll. Why is this gonna do something? This is like it's maintaining somehow. It's a terrible multi though. This is like maintaining somehow, I don't even know. Well, this should have been over already. There you go. Now it's gonna die. Bro, just fucking send it. Oh, that could have been fucking massive, actually, that think about it. It could have been gigantic. Oh wow, what the fuck? Could have been massive. Dog shit. Dog shit. Yeah, that's more like it. What the fuck?
they wishing and wishing and wishing and wishing and they wishing on me. Yeah.
Alright, stop what you're doing, cause I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. I look funny, but yo, I'm making money, see? So yo, world, I hope you're ready for me. Now gather round. I'm the new...
Dominoes falling right in the street. Baby, this time there's no retreat, there's no surrender. A devil is rising, a shadow from the past, feeding the flames with fire on the edge of fury. Out of time, running in and out of time. Hear the ticking of the countdown clocks tonight. Girl, we need some action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, we need some action. If we wanna take our love away from here, we need a living passion to believe in, burning hearts and a brand new feeling. Action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor. Oh, crawling from the ashes, the feelings rise again. Fighting for life, for good, for all that we believe in. Girl, we need some action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, we need some action. If we wanna take our love away from here, we need a living passion to believe in, burning hearts and a brand new feeling. Action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, the hero stands alone.
I wish that we were on TV, just like in Pokemon. You'd be a Pika girl in the Poke world. Yes, life would be so fun. I'd be a trainer boy and I would make the choice to go and search for you. I'd throw my Pokeball and I would catch them all. You'd be my Pikachu. You're my Pika girl in the Poke world. Oh, I want the gym badge, but you want my heart. Pika girl in the Poke world, and now that I got you, we can never part. The Pokeball in my life's open for you. You're my Pika girl in the Poke world, just like a Pokemon.
Начинаем со срочных новостей. Так, в Минобороны рассказали о возможных сценариях нападения на Россию. Журнал Министерства обороны предполагает, что еще до начала активной фазы противник, то есть альянс НАТО, будет вести информационную войну. Затем основную роль будет играть авиация. Сначала последует быстрый глобальный удар, не дай бог, и одновременно несколько массированных ракетно-авиационных обстрелов. Кроме того, в преддверии нападения на Россию противник будет устраивать провокации в отношении нашей страны, усилит разведку наших границ. Совпадение или нет, но как раз накануне появилась информация о том, что новейшие американские F-35 уже активно участвуют в миссиях на территории Украины. Определяют точное местоположение российских ЗРК. Об этом сообщил официально министр обороны Сингапура. В общем, складывается тревожное ощущение, что в этом году мир ждет беспрецедентная эскалация. Не дай бог.
У нас тоже выходят очень интересные статьи. Например, в журнале «Военная мысль» вышла такая научная статья, которая, и в этом журнале, я скажу, печатаются многие статьи, такие, которые носят рекомендации.
Которые сегодня всем стало плохо.
Да,
Называйте вещи своими именами. Рассказ о том, как НАТО на нас нападет, и, возможно, нас уничтожит.
Да,
смотрите, вы прокомментируйте, просто чтобы в голове
терапию по этому вопросу, она связана с следующим.
Против России может быть развернута воздушно-наземная или воздушно-морская операция, которая начнется с быстрого глобального удара и одновременно нескольких массированных ракетно-авиационных ударов. Сегодня иностранными специалистами рассматривается создание воинских формирований нового типа, так называемых объединенных оперативных формирований. Это должны быть группировки войск, способные в короткие сроки нанести комплексное поражение административно-политической и военно-промышленной инфраструктуре противника во всех сферах: наземной, морской, воздушной, космической и информационной. Наиболее ожидаемыми формами применения объединенных оперативных формирований являются воздушно-наземные операции. При этом начинаться они будут с воздушных наступательных операций, состоящих из быстрого глобального удара и нескольких массированных ракетно-авиационных ударов. При этом авиация вступит в боевые действия одной из первых, как наиболее маневренный и адаптивный вид войск, возможно еще до развертывания основной группировки. До начала активной фазы операции оперативные формирования противника будут вести провокационные, демонстративные, информационные и другие потенциально агрессивные действия, в том числе в целях контроля обстановки. Боевой и численный состав ООФ противника мирного времени может доходить до 50-70% от того, что будет действовать во время войны.
Ну, а теперь терапия, да? Вы обещали? Ничего страшного.
Нет.
Не волнуйтесь. Все хорошо.
Давайте так. Во-первых, это специализированное издание, где такого рода вопросы рассматриваются постоянно. Здесь в данном случае статья рассматривала вопросы повышения боевой эффективности наших ВКС на 30%.
Это видеть, и нам бы жилось спокойнее.
Оль, давайте я по порядку. Значит, военно-стратегической мысли, которая существует в исторической действительности, стратегов мирового уровня, которые бы где-то печатали, цитировали, американцев практически нет.
То есть расслабимся?
Мы не расслабились. Мы адекватно оцениваем опасность, которая сейчас происходит у наших границ, и выстраиваем свою эффективность, которая существует в исторической действительности боевой эффективности наших ВКС на 30%.
Это видеть, и нам бы жилось спокойнее.
Оль, давайте я по порядку. Значит, военно-стратегической мысли, которая существует в исторической действительности, стратегов мирового уровня, которые бы где-то печатали, цитировали, американцев практически нет.
То есть расслабимся?
Мы не расслабились. Мы адекватно оцениваем опасность, которая сейчас происходит у наших границ, и выстраиваем свою эффективную оборону. При этом нападать на Европу мы не собираемся. И когда некоторые...
Это журнал, как заявлено, аффилирован с Минобороны. И если Минобороны публикует одну из версий нападения на Россию, игнорировать это с Минобороны.
При этом нападать на Европу мы не собираемся. И когда некоторые...
Это журнал, как заявлено, аффилирован с Минобороны. И если Минобороны публикует одну из версий нападения на Россию, игнорировать это нельзя.
Он проводит исследования, вопросы.
Шокирует скорее даже другое. От разговоров, будет ядерная война или ядерная война все-таки не случится, мы перешли к разговорам о том, как именно начнется ядерная война. И вот обсуждаем то ли так, то ли вот это, а вот вероятность того, что ее не будет, мы как бы в последнее время уже не рассматриваем.
Америка была против Советского Союза и так далее.
Это понятно.
Эти планы они писать умеют.
Они пытаются нас уничтожить. Ну так,
они нас пытаются уничтожить несколько столетий, поэтому уже пугаться поздно. Ну что нам тут непонятно, и что нас это должно так сильно удивлять? Вопрос в том, что нам делать. Мы говорим, что вот это вот тоже, я не верю в случайность публикации в журнале «Военная мысль», вот эта вот вещь. Потому что всегда какие-нибудь серьезные глобальные вещи, они анонсируются заранее. Например, «Северный поток» обещали полгода взорвать, прежде чем его взорвать. Это абсолютно, есть понятие, так оно было. Например, войну с Украиной сколько обсуждали? Ну, что точно год как обсуждали железно, там все западные. Поэтому вот то, что говорится сегодня, что НАТО готовится к этому, это вообще никаких сомнений быть не должно. Усиление группировки, это все нормально, наше Министерство обороны реагирует на это. Нет, понятно. Но другой вопрос. Ну вот давайте, условно, завтра мы закончили с Украиной. Нам что, дадут жить спокойно? Вопрос нам что делать? Мы должны говорить, ну ладно, пускай там что-то такое, главное там закончить с Украиной. И дальше мир, дружба, жвачка.
Если мы сейчас закричим, как всегда, шарахну по Лондону.
Нет, мы же не говорим, что надо шарахнуть по
Лондону. Только улыбку. А есть какой-нибудь план?
Конечно, конечно. Наш план — это отсутствие в данном случае плана. Его никто не может разгадать. Только по той простой причине, что мы делаем сейчас все правильно. Мы спокойно идем, выполняем, перемалываем вражескую
армию. Вот сами же абсурдируете происходящее. Ну как это у нас нет плана? Ну, нас смотрит огромное количество людей.
Слушайте,
нам действительно угрожают, а мы говорим, у России нет плана. Ну, исходим из того, что он есть, да?
Нет, слушай, конечно, есть, но это что очевидно. Мы же не можем сейчас обсуждать стратегические планы.
Не, мы могли бы, но мы не знаем.
Ну, да.
Если бы знали, то не сказали.
Там вот это так, но мы его действительно не знаем. Но вот это вот то, что в журнале есть их планы опубликованы, значит, логично, что у нас есть ответ на это, на их действия. Ну, это понятно абсолютно. Потому что иначе зачем ты публикуешь планы противника? Сказать, ой, а что же мы будем делать? Ой-ой-ой, ну, ведь, конечно, не так. Поэтому мы их публикуем специально, что мы знаем ваши планы, ребята. И если вы сунетесь, ну, давайте посмотрим, что будет. Вот о чем идет речь.